Into defence and veteran suicide is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. We apologise for the late start. It was simply caused by an incident on the Harbour Bridge, which caused everyone to be delayed arriving. I hope that's okay. Welcome to the third public hearing of this inquiry. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I also acknowledge the traditional custodians of the various lands of people joining us virtually through the live stream. My fellow commissioners and I would also like to thank current and former members of the Australian Defence Force who make unique sacrifices on behalf of the nation. We honour them and their families for all they do and all they have done. At our last hearing in Sydney, we again heard powerful evidence from witnesses who have lost loved ones to suicide. They articulated with great dignity the long-lasting intergenerational impact trauma can have on their families. We, Commissioners, were deeply moved by such accounts in both public hearings and private sessions. The courage shown by participants is remarkable. It's a potent reminder that for the families involved, the impact of suicide never ends. We want to acknowledge the commitment of participants, particularly during last week's torrential rain and flooding in southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. The majority of private sessions planned for Brisbane went ahead, with participants confirming their desire not only to have a face-to-face meeting with a commissioner, but to be heard. The participants' determination speaks to the urgency of the issues being raised. We Commissioners are equally determined for this inquiry to make a real and lasting difference to serving and former Defence personnel and their families. During this hearing, we'll seek answers from bureaucrats and experts about how to reduce risk factors that may contribute to veteran suicide. For the first time, we'll hear from representatives of the Department of Defence about issues relating to the culture of the ADF, the ways and means of addressing abuse and the implementation of pathways to change. We'll also hear from Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs regarding efforts to promote lifetime wellbeing and the provision of health and mental health care for serving and former members and their families. A forensic investigation into the frameworks, systems and processes and the transparency and accountability of government organisations is what is required and expected of this Commission. As we heard at our last public hearing, the Commission will focus on 36 proposed key lines of inquiry, informed not only by the evidence before us, but also by the many previous investigations and reviews. I again want to mention the evidence you will hear in some of these proceedings may be distressing. Please seek help if you need it. We have counsellors and support staff available. I'd ask you to make yourself known to any of our staff and they can point you in the right direction. I now call on Senior Counsel Assisting, Mr Kevin Connor, SC, to provide his opening address.
Commissioners, I appear this morning with Ms Madeline Bridget.
Please you, Commissioners, my name is Fordham. I appear with Ms Wright and Mr Dighton for the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr Fordham. Noted.
Commissioners, my name is Helen Tiplady and I appear on behalf of the State of Victoria.
Thank you.
Thanks, the Commission. My name is Fraser, FRACR, and I appear on behalf of the State of New South Wales.
Again noted. Thank you. Thank you. There's no more appearances? Nope. Thank you. Mr Connor?
Commissioners and members of the public, this is the third hearing block in the Royal Commission. The significance of defence members and former serving members dying by suicide cannot be ignored. It is a matter of very great significance. Indeed, the very existence of this Royal Commission recognises this. As the Chief Commissioner has said, the suffering endured by of the persons themselves who have died by suicide, their families, their friends, and those around them is immeasurable. Things that count often cannot be counted. Commissioners, as you well know, you heard in Hearing Block 1 in Brisbane and in Hearing Block 2 in Sydney from a number of lived experience witnesses. The significance, as the Chief Commissioner has said, of lived experience evidence cannot be understated. Commissioners, in Hearing Block 3, you will hear from 5 lived experience witnesses over the next 2 weeks. Commissioners, their stories are again powerful, like the other lived experience witnesses you have heard from. You will hear from a lived experience witness tomorrow morning, that's Tuesday morning, from 10 a.m, and on Wednesday morning from 9 a.m. Commissioners, you'll hear from 3 more lived experience witnesses next week. May we repeat a little of what the Chief Commissioner has said concerning triggering and so on. Testimony from lived experience witnesses may trigger or cause distress to those listening who have experienced abuse or trauma. We mention this now so as to afford those who may be triggered or find the evidence distressing the opportunity to not listen to that evidence if they so wish. And if anyone is experiencing any difficulties, please seek help. Indeed, it is important that the Australian Defence Force itself, the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs adopt processes that ensure that they each attend to and learn from the stories of persons with lived experience. Not only the lived experience witnesses who provide testimony to the Royal Commission, but all who have lived experience concerning this problem. Commissioners, you will hear in this hearing block from panels of what I will call Commonwealth witnesses. You'll hear from very senior persons from the Australian Defence Force. You'll also hear from persons from the Department of Defence. You'll hear from persons from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Operator, might you display INQ.quadruple0.001.2216. As is well known, the Productivity Commission produced a very substantial report dated 27 June 2019, making a number of important recommendations. Nearly 2.5 years have passed. What is displayed is the overview and recommendations, which is a document of 79 pages. This was supported by 2 substantial volumes, totalling together more than 900 pages. Commissioners, as you know, you heard in Hearing Block 1 in Brisbane on 7 December 2001 from the Productivity Commissioners, Mr. Richard Spencer and Mr. Robert Fitzgerald. That is at pages 7-596 to 7-634 of the publicly available transcript. Commissioners, together with the Productivity Commission report and other reports, you've also been reviewing closely Dr. Bernadette Boss's Interim Report, which also makes significant recommendations. Commissioners, as you well appreciate in Hearing Block 1, you heard from evidence from Commissioner Boss concerning her report. That is at pages 2-135 to 2-179 of the publicly available transcript. Commissioners, in our opening, we will refer to some of the recommendations from the Productivity Commissioner's report and from the Boss report. May I turn to ADF culture? Mr. Gray will elaborate on this to some extent at 11:35 a.m. before the first panel from members, high-level members from the Army appear. May I say something very broadly about culture? The prevailing culture of all the elements of the Australian Defence Force, getting down to little groups even, and the connection of that culture, and it's perhaps those cultures, the cultures even in little groups. The importance of that culture, perhaps those cultures even in the little groups, to the sense of well-being of persons in the Australian Defence Forces individually and generally, and extending into little groups, are matters that the Royal Commission is exploring. Culture matters. It's how it affects how people feel. To be treated in a way that's ultimately toxic plays no good part in a person's sense of well-being. Commissioner Boss made some recommendations concerning culture. Operator, might you display INQ.quadruple0.001.1754? Might you display recommendation 6.1, please? Sorry, this page here, would you mind displaying the first 2 paragraphs? These are some important passages from Dr. Boss's. Operator, might you just enhance paragraphs, the first 2 paragraphs of what is presently being displayed? So, Dr. Boss speaks here of defence culture and the stigma associated with mental health. What stigma is: a mark of shame, disgrace, or disapproval which results in an individual being rejected, discriminated against and excluded from participating in a number of different areas of society. And then stigma in relation to mental ill health itself. That can, of course, make the person feel and treat as a barrier to that person accessing support. And that in turn may well contribute to the risk of suicide. Stigma is complex, multidimensional. Internalised stigma, Dr. Boss speaks of here, perceived stigma. Operator, might you display INQ.quadruple0.001.1768? Might you display recommendation 6.3? My apologies, 6.1, operator. Commissioners, you'll see here that in the first sentence, the Commissioner Boss recommends that Defence commission an external review and evaluation of the culture within the Australian Defence Force. You'll see that in the second sentence of recommendation 6.1, Commissioner Boss goes on to recommend that following that review, Defence should implement a cultural change and destigmatisation program to normalise early access to mental health services. I ask rhetorically, should there be a stigma attaching to a person who acknowledges a vulnerability? Should a member of the Defence Force always attempt to deny any vulnerability? Indeed, we hear from time to time of the power of vulnerability, to use Dr. Brené Brown's expression. Commissioners, commencing today, you'll hear from 3 defence panels concerning culture within each of the arms of the Australian Defence Force. And as I've said, culture may be in little groups. Maybe the culture of the little group that's very significant. Ms. Justine Gregg, the Deputy Secretary of the Defence People Group, will be on each of the 3 panels. The first panel will concern Army culture. You'll hear from Ms. Justine Gregg, who will be joined by 2 high-level officers from the Army. Lieutenant General Rick Burr, AO DSC MVO, will be a member of this panel. Lieutenant General Burr is the Chief of Army. Lieutenant General Burr has served in the Defence Force for over 40 years, or for 40 years. Lieutenant General Burr formerly served as the Deputy Commanding General to the US Navy in the Pacific. Ms. Gregg and Lieutenant General Burr will be joined by Warrant Officer Grant McFarlane, the Warrant Officer of the Navy. Warrant Officer McFarlane has served in the Australian Army for over 40 years. Commissioners, you'll then hear from a second panel concerning, again about culture, but this time within the Royal Australian Air Force. Ms. Gregg will again be on this panel, together with Air Marshal Mel Hupfield, who is Chief of the Air Force, and Warrant Officer Fiona Grasby, Warrant Officer of the Air Force. You'll hear commissioners also from high-level people, senior people from the Royal Australian Navy concerning Navy culture. Ms Gregg will be joined by Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, AO, Chief of the Navy. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan has served in our Navy since 1984. He will be joined by Warrant Officer Deb Butterworth, who is the Royal Australian Navy's Warrant Officer. Commissioners, after the short break, Commissioner Gray will say in a little more detail, will address you in a little bit more detail concerning culture. Commissioners, in hearing block 1, you heard from Professor Alexander McFarlane about the history of a very slow recognition and appreciation of mental health problems associated with service, extending over probably more than 120 years. It seems to be important that the armed forces themselves and the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs each have a deep concern or develop a deep concern or a deeper concern about the well-being of serving members and veterans if things are to change. If a difference is to be made, it is likely that deep and enduring commitment by each will be required to improve the position in substantial ways. Things may have been changing. They may have been improving. Where are we now? In all of this, questions of accountability arise. Commissioners will have the opportunity of exploring with a panel of high-level defence personnel the extent to which Defence have recognised problems concerning mental health issues, suicidality, suicide, and more generally, lifetime wellbeing amongst its serving members and its former serving members. What is the nature and extent of any recognition by Defence of these problems? What steps have been taken? What will be taken to address these matters? Commissioners will also have the opportunity of exploring with representatives of the Departments of State, that's the Department of Defence and Department of Veteran Affairs, the nature and extent of any recognition by those departments of problems concerning, again, mental health issues, suicidality, suicide, and lifetime wellbeing generally amongst serving members and former serving members. These matters have ethical dimensions shaped by values, by principles, by purpose. People who have served make a sacrifice for their country, including being willing to risk sacrificing their own lives in the line of duty. What is being done and should be done to address mental health issues, suicidality, suicide and lifetime wellbeing generally amongst serving members and former serving members? These matters also have cultural dimensions. An often stated essential tenet of the Australian Defence Force is leave no person behind. I ask rhetorically, should this responsibility end for Defence when a member leaves the service? And if so, who picks it up and how is it handled? How is it properly dealt with? There are also legal dimensions here which I won't go into presently. Commissioners, you will hear next Monday, that's Monday the 14th of March, from a panel of very senior persons from the Australian Defence Force and the Department of Defence. They will, amongst other things, address questions concerning the Royal Commission's inquiry into lifetime wellbeing and healthcare and mental health of ADF members and veterans who've served our country. Commissioners, there'll be 4 high-level people from Defence on this panel next Monday. They are Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, RN AM CSC. Rear Admiral Sharkey is the Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force. Rear Admiral Sharkey is also the Commander of Joint Health Command. Rear Admiral Sharkey has served in the Navy as a medical officer for more than 25 years. Another member of the panel will be Major General Natasha Fox, AMCSC, who was the head until recently of the People Capability Division. Earlier this year, Commissioners, Major General Fox was promoted to Deputy Chief of the Army. You'll also hear from Major General Wade Stothart, who is presently the head of People Capability, taking over from Major General Fox. Major General Stothart has served in the military for over 35 years, including as the first Director General of the Joint Transition Authority in the Defence People Group. You will also hear from Mr. David Morton, who will be a member of this panel. Mr. Morton is the Director General of the Health Policy Programs and Assurance at the Department of Defence and has long experience in important areas, the subject of the Royal Commission's inquiry. Commissioners, on the afternoon of Tuesday, the 15th of March, that's next Tuesday, you will hear from a panel of 3 senior staff from the Department of Veterans Affairs. One is Ms. Kate Pope, who is the Deputy President of the Veteran and Family Policy Group. Another is Ms. Verona Hancock, who is the First Assistant Secretary of the Veteran and Family Policy Group within the Department of Veterans Affairs. The third person who is a member of that panel is Ms. Leanne Cameron. Ms. Cameron is the First Assistant Secretary of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Services at the Department of Veterans Affairs. On the morning of Tuesday, the 15th of March, that's next week, Commissioners, you'll also hear from a panel of witnesses concerning leaving the Defence Force and their transition to civilian life. We know that this is well recognised as an important period in the lifetime of someone who has served our nation. And it may, the enormous change that is visited upon a person in moving from serving life into civilian life seems to be an important matter in the Royal Commission's inquiry. Commissioners, in addition to Ms. Gregg joining this panel, Ms. Gregg, of course, is the Deputy Secretary of the Defence People Group, and Major General Fox, the head of People Capability Division, up to February 2022, and now the Deputy Chief of the Army. You'll also hear from Major General Wade Stothart, again, who was the Director General, as I've said, of the Joint Transition Authority until recently. Commissioners, on Wednesday the 16th of March from 11:30 a.m, that's next week, you'll hear from a panel concerning the, comprising people from the Department of Veterans Affairs, and this will concern the rehabilitation and compensation regime administered by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Ms. Natasha Cole will be part of this panel. Ms. Cole is the first Assistant Secretary of the Clients Benefits Division within the Department of Veterans Affairs. Ms. Cole will be joined by Ms. Kate Pope, PSM, who is the Deputy President, as I've said, of the Veteran and Family Policy Group. They will be joined by Mr. Simon Hill, who is the Assistant Secretary of Policy Development within the Veteran and Family Policy Group. They will be joined by Mr. Mark Horrigan, who's the Chief Operating Officer at DVA, and Mr. Glenn Casson, who is the Chief Financial Officer at the DVA. Commissioners, next Thursday, you'll hear from the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, Ms. Liz Cozen, AM, CSC. Might I turn to some experts, Commissioners? You'll hear from experts in hearing block 3 in 3 different sessions. Commissioners, tomorrow morning, you'll hear from Professor Mckenzie. Professor Mckenzie is an expert in the area of defence suicides, defence culture, and in particular, sexual violence. From 2012 to 2021, Professor Mckenzie held the position of Gender and War for the Department of Government and International Relations at the University of Sydney. Currently, Professor Mckenzie is the Simons Chair in International Law and Human Society in the School of International Studies at the Simon Fraser University in Canada. Professor Mckenzie is also an honorary associate at the United States Studies Centre at the University of Sydney. A second expert you'll hear from, Commissioners, is Associate Professor Anthony Passani, and this will be on Thursday of this week, the 10th of March. Professor Passani is from New York but is in Australia for a few weeks. Professor Passani is an Associate Professor of Psychiatry, psychology and Paediatrics at the University of Rochester Centre for the Study and Prevention of Suicide. And that, of course, is in New York. Associate Professor Passani is a primary care psychologist, a family therapist, and it seems internationally recognised leader in suicide prevention education. You'll hear that Dr. Passani participates in a research team that has partnered with the United States Air Force to develop a suicide prevention program for young enlisted airmen. Professor or Associate Professor Passani is deeply experienced in suicide prevention in health systems. He founded and developed what is known as the Safe Side Framework for recovery-orientated suicide prevention. This provides a map, common map as it were, of best practices for client-centred, recovery-orientated suicide prevention. This is for the education of clinicians, committee staff, peers, service leaders, and others. Safe Side, through Associate Professor Passani, works with organisations in Australia, the New South Wales Department of Health, the Queensland Department of Health, Canada, New Zealand, the UK, and in the US. Commissioners, the third expert group that you'll hear from is a post-vention expert group. This really concerns the idea of what is done for and in connection with and in relation to all the people who have human contact with someone who has died by suicide. Commissioners, we expect that, well, we have heard, I think, that suicides can be connected. Deaths by suicides can be connected. So somehow suicide by one person lowers the wall, as it were, for another person who knows that person, is connected with that person. So this is the whole area of postvention. What is happening in the Australian Defence Forces and with veterans in the area of postvention? This important notion. It's an aspect, of course, of prevention, but it's got the label postvention. Commissioners, you'll hear from two experts about postvention. One of those is from the University of New England, a social work background. That's Professor Mckenzie Maple. She's Professor of Social Work and Chair of Research in the School of Health at the University of New England in Armidale. For 2 decades, Professor Maple's research has focused on trauma and loss, with a particular emphasis on understanding risk and resilience following exposure to suicide. This is the area of, given the label postvention. Her work has made a significant contribution to understanding vulnerability and resilience related to suicide exposure. Professor Maple is currently working on the development of interventions and evaluating supports to reduce adverse outcomes connected to, related with an occurrence of suicide. Dr. Carl Andreasen is also a researcher. He researches in the field of suicide bereavement and prevention and postvention. Commissioners, I've dealt there with 3 experts. Commissioners, you'll also hear from, I think it's on Thursday of next week, from Mr. Jeff Evans. He will testify from several perspectives. Mr. Evans served in the Army for about 20 years. He was operationally deployed on 4 occasions before being wounded in Afghanistan in 2010. He was later medically discharged. In 2012, Mr. Evans founded the non-governmental organisation Homes for Heroes. This organisation sought to assist homeless veterans and veterans at risk of homelessness. We anticipate that Mr. Evans will testify about the significant homelessness of veterans, and in particular, this context for understanding suicidality amongst veterans and heightened risk of suicide. Mr. Evans has participated in a number of studies of veterans-related issues and in the writing of veterans-related papers, including a paper titled Homelessness Amongst Australian Veterans, Summary of Project Findings, and a second paper, A Common Trajectory, plotting the experience of 100 veterans from discharge to crisis and beyond. There's a lot in that, in the title to that paper. We anticipate that his testimony will describe a model that he has on the basis of his observations and interviews with more than 100 veterans, developed to describe one of the trajectories that veterans may follow from discharge to suicidality. And of course, homelessness is in there from time to time. We anticipate that his evidence will indicate common stages of this trajectory and also indicates what might be some opportunities for intervention. Mr. Evans has received some recognition. In 2014, he was appointed to the Prime Ministerial Advisory Council on Veterans' Mental Health. Mr. Evans is presently the Chief Executive Officer of Disaster Relief Australia, or DRA, a non-government organisation that focuses on providing assistance to communities that have been hit by natural disasters. DRA seeks to organise the skills and experience of veterans, former emergency service workers and others, and apply them to disaster relief and other valuable work. Indeed, one can only but imagine the skills that veterans who've served our country might bring to that area. We anticipate that Mr. Evans will testify that the veterans and others who participate in this work also benefit greatly, including because their skills are utilised in ways that have value and purpose, and by providing a sense of belonging, connection, community. This, one might imagine, in some cases, and perhaps in many cases, operates as a protective factor to take someone away from a path towards dying by suicide. Commissioners, I turn to say something about data. And I don't mean in any way to dehumanise this by using the word data. Commissioners, someone dying by suicide is so significant for them, for the people around them. Tragically, Commissioners, too many members of the serving Defence Forces, both the permanent Defence Forces and the reserves, have died by suicide. Tragically also, Commissioners, many former members of our Defence Forces who have served the nation have died by suicide. And there's many, we imagine, that are experiencing suicidality and what that brings to their emotional state, their feeling state. So, Commissioners, we're not only trying to eliminate deaths by suicide amongst Defence members and veterans, but we're trying to reduce, remove, diminish the feeling states that are endured by those people who have taken that course, who might take that course. And of course, their families, their loved ones, people around them. Might I just raise, in a very hypothetical way, some questions about the nature and size of that problem? May I ask, what is known and in the public domain concerning the size and nature and extent of the suicide problem amongst members of Defence and veterans? What is known and in the public domain about the predictive risks and protective factors for suicide? Commissioners, I don't seek in any way to wave away, as it were, the immense complexity that surrounds this. Are there things known that are not yet in the public domain? What is currently unknown but could be known? and perhaps should be known. What might emerge from review and analysis, careful attention to additional data? We'll look elsewhere, Commissioners, to other countries. Is data assimilation and analysis being undertaken in better ways in some other countries? What lessons can be learned? We well appreciate, Commissioners, that capturing data is not cost neutral. It requires systems and people and time to plan, record, validate, cleanse, analyse and report on data. All of this requires expertise, it requires training. Plainly, Commissioners, it is important that the nation and the people of the nation know the numbers of Australian Defence Force members and veterans who have died by suicide. This should be known. Commissioners, on Wednesday of this week, you'll hear evidence from persons, from entities that may throw some light upon the information that is available concerning deaths by suicide of defence members and veterans. We expect, indeed we perhaps know, that there's gaps in the information that's presently available. Commissioners, first you will hear from two persons from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. I will call that institution, that statutory body, Aihw. Aihw has prepared a number of reports concerning deaths by suicide, Defence Force members and veterans. They've done that recently, that is in the last 5 or 6 years. You'll hear from, on Wednesday morning this week, Commissioners, Ms. Louise Gates, who is the Head of Data Strategies and Discovery Group at Aihw. You'll also hear from Mr. William James, who is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer at the Aihw. Commissioners, another important institution is the National Coronial Information System, which is based in Victoria and I understand emerged out of Victoria. You'll hear from two people from the National Coronial Information System on Wednesday afternoon this week. Ms. Fiona Dowsley is the Director of the National Coronial Information System, or NCIS, as I might refer to it. Ms. Alison Watson is Manager of the National Coronial Information System, NCIS. Information flows through, and some primary information is derived by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. You'll also hear on Wednesday afternoon from two senior persons from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. They are Mr. James Einstone-Hinkins, who is the Director of the Health and Vital Statistics section at the Australian Bureau of Statistics. You'll also hear from Ms. Lauren Moran, who is the Director of the Mortality Data Centre, Health and Vital Statistics section at the ABS. Operator, might you display DVS.0003.001.001. Thank you, operator. Commissioners, This is a table that your staff have constructed, and it's a table of deaths by suicide of serving and ex-serving ADF members, and it's taken from the Aihw reports. It's a little difficult to follow and to explain the information emerging from the Aihw reports. Commissioner, Douglas, I may have given you the wrong one there. I apologise. That plastic sheet that's in front of you.
It looks similar to that on the screen.
It should have 6 rows is the critical, and it may be a 5-row version.
10 has
Downwards it's 6. It's the right one.
6 rows down. Yes.
6 rows, you see 1 to 6 in the left-hand column.
I have 5. Yes.
It's
So
the right
for-
one.
Now,
No, this one goes
if
5.
I think I may have given you a copy of the wrong one of an earlier version.
Okay.
My apologies, Commissioners. If one looks at the screen, one sees the columns labelled A to J across the top, and then down in the first column, 1 to 6. Now, one sees a preliminary Aihw report referred to in column A, and it was dated 30 November 2016. The Aihw has been engaged by DVA, Department of Veterans Affairs, to prepare these reports, do the analysis, gather data. One sees in column B the cohort, as it were, of people. It's those people who have served at least 1 day since 1 January 2001. So one sees from rows 1 to 5, that cohort is they must have served 1 day since 2001. So the Aihw reports don't deal with those reports there, 1 through to 5, don't deal with anyone who has not served a day since 1 January 2001. Column C is also important, and this comes principally from coronial information. One sees that column died between 1 January, and that is died by suicide, between 1 January 2001 and 31 December, row 1, 2014, row 2, 15, 3, 15, 17, row 4, 18, and then 19. So the most recent report in row 6, which was delivered or was dated became public on the 29th of September 2001, extends to persons who have veterans and members of the Defence Forces who have died by suicide, but only up to 31 December 2019. So we're now more than 2 years behind, as it were, in terms of information that's emerging from the Aihw reports. Now, this reflects sources of information, as it were. One source, as I've mentioned, is the coronial systems, and Commissioners, you heard from eminent persons connected with the coronial system in hearing block 2. Now, there is, each state, or many states, are operating a suicide register, and that is that information is emerging after 2 to 3 years in some final form, and that's contributing to delay. I believe it's contributing to delay here in what the Aihw can do. There's another way that's being developed in some states and is being passed around Australia, perhaps initially developing in Queensland and Victoria, and that's the so-called Interim Suicide Register. So the Interim Queensland Suicide Register, for example. That information is collected from the police reports to the coroner. And so a couple of people in Queensland are on the day of the death of a person receiving information from the police that a person has died by possible suicide. They are then coding from the police reports and able to generate a so-called interim within a few days. So one has contemporaneous information through this interim suicide register process. But significantly, the AIHW is not operating on the interim data that's presently becoming available, but the so-called formal, perhaps formal coronial information that takes 2 or 3 years to settle, as it were. Commissioners, you'll ultimately hear some evidence, I think, that there's substantial correspondence between the Victorian Interim Suicide Register, that is the one that emerges within days that's kept up to date, and it got information within a week or so put into it, and the ultimate coronial suicide register. And I've seen reference to a number, 97% correspondence between the Victorian Interim Suicide Register and so perhaps the final suicide register, as it were. So this is constructed on data that's slowly emerging, slowly confirmed, and not perhaps the fastest data that's available. Now one sees in column D, so who is missing? We might look at who might be missing from this group. So from rows 1 to 5, anyone who had served before, who had not served a day after 1 January 2001 was not part of the analysis. So it's a lot of people, a lot of veterans left out. Now, that was in the most recent report, row 6, extended back to pick up people who had served 1 day since 1 January 1985, and that's row 6. Now, that, of course, would miss many, many veterans, older veterans, people who have served in Korea or Vietnam, very importantly. Now, when one looks at the numbers there, that total in column D, one sees up to 2014 in that period of time. So having served 1 day after 1 January 2001 and having died in that 14-year period, 292. And then one sees ex-serving, 142. Ex-serving 142, but serving 150. That's a lot of members of it's a lot of people, but it's a lot of people within the Defence Forces itself, serving people who died by suicide. And then one sees in columns G and H, serving permanent, 84, serving reserve, 66. So it's a lot of people in those two groups. Now, men and women, 272 men and 20 women. Now, coming down to row 5, one sees, and these become cumulative totals, so including the ones above, as at 31 December 2018, and this again was 9 October 2020, so nearly 22 months after the end of the year. 465 deaths certified, then 267, 198, and so on. Now, may I just move very quickly? So one sees that table. Now, operator, might you display recommendation 18.1, which is document INQ.quadruple0.0001.0095. Thank you, operator. Now, one sees this is a very general recommendation that comes out of the Productivity Commissioner's recommendations. And it's directed to the Department of Veterans Affairs, and it's now more than 2 years after this recommendation. Should develop outcomes and performance frameworks that provide robust measures of the effectiveness of services. And there's 4. Data needs and gaps, and so on. Operator, might you display document ID INQ.quadruple0.0001.1877? Thank you, operator. This recommendation is recommendation 10.1, and if you display the recommendation 10.1, which is at the top, please, operator. The Australian Government should ensure the continuation of the work I have begun on compiling a register of suspected or confirmed deaths by suicide of Australian Defence Force members and veterans. The nation needs to know what's happening. This will be explored with relevant witness coming before you this hearing block, Commissioners. Of course, in all this, the nature of the interface between the Defence Force itself, the Department of Defence and DVA may be critical. Operator, might you display the recommendation 10.2? Processes are in place so that deaths by suicide of ADF members and veterans are identified as early as possible. And that can something be done with the so-called interim suicide register, the ones that are available within days? And this may also be significant in the area of postvention. Who's at risk in this group? And we'll hear, of course, from Professor Maple and Dr. Anderson. And of course, we've it's important, of course, that risk and protective factors are identified, and such information may emerge from better organised data, better analysis of data, deeper analysis of data. So it's one of the areas that, as you know, Commissioners, that the Royal Commission is looking at. Commissioners, I have nothing further in opening. Mr. Gray will say something about culture after the Commission's short adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. We did start late, so we've agreed, I think, to have a very short break, and then we'll recommence with Mr. Gray. Okay, so.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn for morning tea for 5 minutes. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commencing today, we propose to call 3 panels on defence culture from the Defence and ADF service perspective. These panels are intended to inform you, Commissioners, about what the Department of Defence and the 3 services have done to address problems or issues that can be described as cultural matters within Defence. Term of reference A requires you, Commissioners, to inquire into systemic issues and any common themes among Defence and veteran deaths by suicide or Defence members and veterans who have other lived experience or suicide behaviour or risk factors. Term of reference C specifically requires you, Commissioners, to inquire into impact of culture within the ADF and the Department of Defence on Defence members and veterans' physical and mental wellbeing, and it also refers to culture within the Department of Veterans Affairs, but that's a matter for another day. Commissioners, I said a minute ago we'll call 3 panels. The first panel is present in the witness box now. Before I formally call them in response to their summonses, I'll mention the composition of this panel and the other 2 panels. The first panel is constituted by Deputy Secretary Defence People Group of the Department of Defence, Ms Justine Gregg. And in the first panel, Ms Gregg's accompanied by Army representatives, Lieutenant General Rick Burr, AO DSC, MVO, Chief of Army, Warrant Officer Grant McFarlane, OAM, Warrant Officer of the Army. The next panel, which we hope to commence this afternoon, will consist of Deputy Secretary Gregg again, this time accompanied by Air Marshal Mel Hupfield, Chief of Air Force, and Warrant Officer Fiona Grasby, Warrant Officer of the Air Force. And there's then a panel departing from the usual order in which the Navy often goes first. The Navy's agreed to go last on this occasion, and we're grateful for that. Royal Australian Navy representatives will sit on a panel or attend a panel with Miss Gregg, which probably won't even commence today. It'll probably be tomorrow afternoon. And sitting on that panel or attending that panel with Miss Gregg will be Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, AO Chief of Navy, and Warrant Officer Deb Butterworth, OAM, CSM and Bar, Warrant Officer of the Navy. Commissioners, the Royal Commission has been assured that the attendance of the service chiefs in this hearing does not compromise Australia's defence operational requirements at this time. Commissioners, I formally call the witnesses who are already in the witness box, Miss Gregg, General Burr, and Regimental Sergeant Major of the Army, Warrant Officer Grant McFarlane.
They'll be sworn in.
Miss Justine Gregg, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Lieutenant General Rick Burr, AO, DSC, MVO. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Warrant Officer Grant McFarlane, AM. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Before I begin asking questions of the witnesses, there are a couple of matters I'd like to attend to first. One is to tender the documents in the tender bundle for these 3 panel sessions, the ones I outlined a minute ago. And if the operator could please display Defence Panel 1 tender bundle. Commissioners, you'll see that this tender bundle is a lengthy one. It comprises 60 items, and maybe, thank you, operator. Operator's cursing through the entire document now. Some of these documents are subject to agreed redactions for the usual matters, such as the confidentiality of people's names below a certain seniority. There are also a couple of issues that have been raised by the Commonwealth and on which counsel assisting are reserving their position, but we're not going to display the relevant content, and we'll see if we can resolve that issue. It's a issue of suggested parliamentary privilege. If it's necessary to bring that before you, Commissioners, we will. But in the meantime, without prejudice to our position on that claim, we're choosing not to display the relevant subject matter. Subject to those points, I tender the documents in the Defence Panel 1 tender bundle.
Thank you, Mr. Grace. They'll be accepted as exhibits and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Thank you. Commissioners, before I ask specific questions of our panel members, the second task I wanted to perform was this. It was to give the public and to remind you, Commissioners, and to give our panellists a brief synopsis of what are the cultural issues that have been identified in the material before you so far, and to give that at an outline or high level of generality. In previous hearings, the following cultural issues were mentioned by people with lived experience who were giving their perceptions of aspects of service life in the ADF at various times in the past. And to some extent, those matters were reflected in opinions you heard expressed by researchers, Associate Professors Wadham and Connor. The issues are, or were, hazing and bastardisation, particularly soon after recruitment and during training. The phenomenon of strong teams, itself a matter that has great positive potential, but that has also some potentially negative implications, sometimes referred to as tribalism, entailing potential ostracism of people who are seen as not belonging, who are other or different, or having a weakness. Hypermasculinity, including potential misogyny, tendencies towards anger and aggression, and suppression of other forms of emotional outlet, including perhaps by the overuse of substances such as alcohol. A culture of silence involving not complaining and also not dobbing or jacking, as it was called, or informing on the wrongdoing of others, including in the context of domestic violence in defence families. Sexual assault and other sexualised misconduct. Other forms of mistreatment, including physical abuse, bullying and harassment. Impediments, including career disadvantage and stigmatisation in relation to help seeking, particularly when related to mental health, but not limited to that, perhaps extending to physical injuries as well. And finally, psychological harm of various kinds from being entangled in administrative and disciplinary processes that the person perceives as a rejection and a betrayal by the force. In these panels, the Deputy Secretary Defence People Group will, as I've mentioned, give evidence in company with representatives nominated by each of the three services, including the chiefs of the services, to inform the Royal Commission on the progress made on matters of cultural reform in recent times, and to answer questions about the implementation of those reforms and intentions for further work, and perhaps the identification of areas for potential improvement as well. It's my intention to provide, during each panel session, an opportunity to each service to explain their views about the importance of the ADF's values and their views on each of the more disturbing cultural issues that I've identified in the list I gave a little earlier. And I'll be asking the Defence Service representatives if they agree that the cultural issues that have been identified in the hearings to date did once exist or perhaps still exist, whether their service has addressed them or is addressing them, and how. Commissioners, I want to begin this panel, which is a panel, of course, constituted by the Deputy Secretary of the Defence People Group together with Army representatives, with a series of questions that relate to the whole of Defence and are not specific to Army. Now, this means that General Burr and Warrant Officer McFarlane may have to exercise a bit of patience, and I'm grateful for that, because most of these questions are going to be primarily directed to Ms Gregg. At the close of each response by Ms Gregg, or the close of each topic, if the Army has a perspective that it wishes to express on that matter, you certainly have that opportunity. Now, this is quite a lengthy part of the panel session, and it's not intended that I'd repeat this exercise during the Air Force and Navy panels. That is the part of the panel session directed to whole of defence and questions for Ms Gregg on those matters. Ms Gregg, can I begin by asking you to give an outline of the background to the cultural reforms of 2010 to 2012, and if those cultural reforms were contemporaneous with other organisational changes, please explain any connections between the cultural reforms and the organisational changes. For example, it's my understanding from reading materials that there was an organisational change in about that period, 2010 to 2012, resulting in what was known as the Chief Operating Officer Organisation. And I understand your current role may in some sense be a successor role to the Chief Operating Officer Organisation. That is your role leading Defence People Group. So please do give the Commissioners an outline of the background to the cultural reforms and any connections with organisational changes in 2010 to 12.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr Gray, and good morning to the Commissioners. I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today, and very grateful to have learnt and listened to the witnesses up until today. Mr Gray, in answer to your question, can I just clarify one thing? When you mention the organisational changes, are you referring to cultural reforms that were happening at that time, or are you talking as well as how the organisation in the Department of Defence and the ADF is organised?
Well, I'm asking about both because it seems from my reading that over a similar period there were changes on both fronts, and I was wondering if you could explain to the Commissioners any connections you see between those two changes.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to begin by explaining in the 2010-11 period, it was a period where the ADF was certainly experiencing particular events that were not in the spirit of the ADF and its mission, At that time, the then Minister for Defence was concerned as well of receiving complaints in increasing numbers. So at that time, a number of reviews were then commissioned, and it was at the same time that Defence did proceed with asking the law firm DLA Piper to look into the many, many allegations that were being received in terms of unacceptable behaviour in the broadest term. I'll use that term. So the number of reviews that then commenced spanned from things such as conduct, the review of the treatment of women at the Australian Defence Force Academy, review of social media usage, review of alcohol management and usage, and further to that, the complaint system and the intersect with military justice. So with those number of reviews, the recommendations that were forthcoming from those reviews, the department and the ADF took extremely seriously and worked hard to look at how we could look at the recommendations from those very important reviews and bring them together in a way to take forward in the most effective, positive frame for the organisation. And that is when you will hear the term pathway to change, which was the culmination of the reforms and the recommendations. It drew together across those reviews I'd mentioned into a way that the organisation could then very clearly hold accountability to not only roles but areas in the organisation. Pathway to Change brought it together in a way that it touched on right from the start. So what did the ADF and Defence need to do in terms of supporting and making sure that the way that we started to work with new recruits and embed the values of the ADF from the start. Pivotal to all of it was leadership accountability and the ownership of the senior leadership group for these recommendations and taking accountability for the culture of the organisation, of the ADF and the areas they had responsibility for. Other areas looked at the more practical measures in terms of what were the processes and systems that the ADF should have in place going forward to ensure that we attended to some of those more negative aspects of culture whilst absolutely pushing forward with the positive aspects that were also resident in, of course, the organisation. Some of those systems and processes, I can give you examples in a moment. The other area that we drew this together was also in terms of some of those aspects of how do you best manage complaints and put the complainant at the heart of the approach. So those recommendations were brought together. I would also add that the Sex Discrimination Commissioner was then also asked to review the treatment of women in the ADF. So with Pathway to Change, in addition, that group of recommendations were also included. So in effect, we had 175 recommendations working through those areas I've spoken on. Now, the way we did this, the way the ADF and Defence approached this was in three ways. Firstly, leadership ownership of the recommendations and the thrust of Pathway to Change, which put respect in the centre. Secondly, that each service chief and group head took forward the Pathway to Change recommendations and the themes of respect and introduced cultural programs or initiatives within their service. So in that way, the Pathway to Change reform strategy was the umbrella, but also very clear on accountabilities for the service chiefs and group heads to then take forward in their environmental context. The third aspect was very much looking at ensuring we were monitoring and reporting and learning from the progress that we absolutely knew and aimed to make. Now, in terms of some next steps, I'll talk to some of the key elements. Organisationally, certainly at that period, the service chiefs had command and authority sustain, train and retain their workforces.
So just to clarify that, at that period, do you mean prior to this period of reform, or during it or after it? So are we talking about a period of reform in 2010?
So where I was taking you there is certainly with the first principles review of defence, which was occurring in 13-14 period, which was aiming absolutely to look at how may defence move forward with more of a one defence focus. So to date...
So just to pause there again to seek some clarification, is it the case that it would be a fair description of an element of the organisational changes that were occurring in this reform period, that there was, prior to the reform period, relatively speaking, a little bit of a service-by-service approach to the organisation and an intention during the reform process to bring the services into a more closely coordinated model, sometimes called One Defence? Is that a fair summary?
Mr Gray, two elements.
Yep.
I would say almost. So
Please.
With the pathway to change reforms, it was very much we need a more single focus on how we take our values forward and how we put in place systems and processes and consistency. So correct in that we had different processes and systems, and some of the very important significant gains that came from those recommendations was simplification for commanders, managers and ADF members, the establishment of the Sexual Misconduct Prevention and Response Office, which provided one support organisation for the three services. Other elements in terms of the management of complaints, the Complaint and Resolution Manual, 2012, it was a defence instruction, but there were other defence instructions per service. So absolutely, it was a strong move towards a more singular and more understandable. And, you know, at that time, we're also moving more towards a joint force. And of course, today, that is absolutely apparent in all our doctrine. I was bringing in the point of 2014 because with the first principles review of defence, which was really looking at the structures and decision-making within the organisation, at that point, we did review the Defence Act regulations and giving the CDF a clearer role of accountability. So I will just say one more thing there. Certainly my role, and you mentioned at the beginning, Mr Gray, similar to a Chief Operating Officer role, we do have a Chief Operating role, which is more the Associate Secretary in the department, of which I work through to the Secretary and the CDF. But the role of Defence People Group, the person in this role at the time was very much responsible for the implementation plan for Pathway to Change. So it did see a move to a more joined up and a more one defence approach to how we were taking the positive cultural reforms forward.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned Pathway to Change a couple of times there. And that was a document, but probably a strategy and more than just a document, but it had its form in a document, which I'll display in a minute, in 2012. And I'll just ask the operator to bring that up. so the public can see it. INQ 0000 0001 1295. And it was intended, was it, to be a 5-year implementation plan? Is that right?
The implementation plan was intended to 5 years, Mr. Gray, always knowing that culture and, I think all people know that cultural change takes a long time. So it was always a 5-year implementation with a view to assessing, reflecting, where have we met those goals, where have we met what we subscribe to, where do we need to do more?
Yeah. And you've said a little bit about the particular reviews, personal conduct, alcohol, social media, incidents and complaints, treatment of women. And I believe there was also a review of employment pathways review. Do you want to, if we just go to something that was said in this document at page 1300, there's reference here to the Defence Force not being uniformly good, although there are great strengths. We're not uniformly good. If we go down a little bit, please, operator there, and we just call out the second half of this page. You see there in the paragraph commencing, despite our great strengths as an organisation, it's all too apparent that we're not uniformly good. And then I'll skip a bit, but put simply, we cannot be entirely satisfied with all aspects of our current culture. There are parts that serve us poorly, which limit our performance, hurt our people and damage our reputation. Ms. Gregg, were you actually in a senior role in Defence at the time of Pathway to Change 2012?
I was not in a senior role, so at that time I was Director in Workforce Intelligence and then an Assistant Secretary, People Strategy and Culture. Yep. I worked with the then Head People Capability on some of the implementation aspects and very much involved in implementing recommendations from the review of the treatment of women in the ADF and also the review of employment pathways for APS women.
Yep. I don't know if you can comment, but I'll ask you. I mean, each of those reviews, it's in a sense, isn't it, addressing what might be regarded as a consequence of some deeper cultural matter, perhaps. For example, personal conduct. Perhaps personal conduct could be cultural, but more likely there might be something causing the particular personal conduct. Use of alcohol, similarly. Social media, management of incidents, treatment of women. Do you have any insights as to what might have been root cultural causes generating these aspects of current culture that serve us poorly?
So, Mr. Gray, I think the reviews of the time were very in-depth and, if you made to make a broad comment first, that multiple factors and different contexts for some of the concerning events and cultural things that occurred. So, in a broad comment, multiple reasons. My assessment in particular in regard to some of the training schools, which I think was was very much looked at. We've worked hard to address some of the underlying, I'm not sure if they were causes, I would say underlying conditions, and they, pertain very much to ensuring that there is good understanding of what are positive workplace behaviours, holding those to account when that doesn't occur, and absolutely ensuring that people feel safe to make complaints. And I think they are the some of the more significant changes that have occurred since those reviews. So I do see it as those conditions, and when you have a value set and values that are very understood and embedded in the organisation, that is a key measure, I think, of ensuring, well, not success, but ensuring a positive culture has the right conditions. And a lot of the work that was done then and is still taking through today is absolutely, as our ADF recruits and our junior soldiers, sailors, aviators come through, that those training schools are built on values, and we are embedding through the education pipeline, through positive leadership, to address those things. So that is one of my assessments. Another one is in terms of gender. We certainly, going back to 2012, I think we had about 13% women in the ADF. When you look at that in particular categories, in particular parts of the workforce, you know, there were areas where there were a very small number of women. Had we yet by 2012-13 ensured that we understood what our policies, practices, the things that intersect with the member every day were conducive to a more diverse workforce? No, we didn't. So I think the learning very much through the work at that time is we needed to make some adjustments there, and that occurred. I think today the proportion of women in the ADF is now 19.9%, nearly 20%. To attract and retain women, I think we made some fundamental changes to enable that, but that would be my other real sharing for you, that having policies and practices that are attuned to a more diverse and inclusive workforce was really paramount.
Thank you. I'll just go to a document which I'll get you to explain in a minute, but we'll just go to it for its reference to the values, the ADF values, which I think are the ones you just mentioned. Operator, please bring up DEF 1011 1000 3111. And if everything goes right, this should be the ADF Transformation Strategy Lead the Way 2020. And you're familiar with that document, Ms. Creek?
Yes, Mr. Gray.
Yes. And if we go, please, operator, to page 25, and we just identify I beg your pardon, page 28, and we just identify the defence values that are listed at the bottom of that page. Maybe, operator, if you could kindly call out the second half of the page and magnify it a bit. The defence values are service, courage, respect, integrity, excellence, and then there's a brief description of each in context. Ms. Gregg, is that what you're referring to when you refer to the values?
So the defence values, October 2020 was the, I don't like the word launch because it's not, never fits with values, but that was the date, the launch of the one set of ADF defence values. Going back in time, each service had their value set, and I think it links very much to the conversation we were having previously, that as we've moved to a doctrine which is more joint, a doctrine which is setting capability up to optimise the whole workforce and all our members, that it was essential that we move to one set of values as we are working side by side more often. Our training's more joint, our capability rests on it. So prior to October 2020, each service had its different set of values.
I see.
Mr. Gray, could I ask a question?
Yes, of course, Commissioner.
Is that concept the origin of the word jointery in the Pathways to Change document?
Was it the, sorry, Commissioner?
There's a word that I'm not terribly familiar with.
Jointery, yes.
Which is used fairly often in the Pathways to Change document.
Yes.
So is it being used to talk about combining attitudes or culture across each of the services?
So the term jointery, which preceded Pathway to Change, is about the joint force. So Army, Air Force...
Or joint operations.
Navy. So the three, in fact, the Chief of Army may... The three services, three services in terms of capability is a joint warfighting force.
Thank you. Do you wish to add anything to that?
No, I think that says it. I mean, if I may, jointness is really the manifestation of everyone coming together to achieve a greater output. So it's a historical term used in military circles, both as an input but also as an output. And what Ms. Gregg has described is increasingly over time we've focused more on that joint outcome. Therefore, the inputs need to be more consistent, more aligned, more coherent. And that's now expressed through policies and practices and now one set of values which aligns us all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Gregg, a minute ago I asked you about Pathways 2012 and you agreed with my characterisation that it was a 5-year implementation strategy. In essence, I think you agreed. And what then followed was another strategy entitled Pathway to Change, dated from 2017 and intended to run for another 5 years, is that right?
2022, yes, Mr.
Yes.
Gray.
So we're right. We've now had 10 years of these reforms. We've had an implementation phase or an intended implementation phase for the first 5 years. And how do you characterise the second 5 years that's transpired since 2017 up to the present time? Has that been also an implementation phase or something different?
So, Mr. Gray, if I think the best starting point for that answer, if I may, is in the lead up to 2017 in terms of the nominal end of Pathway to Change, first 5-year strategy, and the then Secretary and the then Chief of the Defence Force asked that we look at what should come next. The steps that we took to investigate that question were as follows. Firstly, we asked the senior leadership group on the one hand, and through command conversations, this is a term that we use when the command chain has conversations with their workforce in a structured way. We asked across the whole of the ADF and Defence that commanders, managers, supervisors ask their workforce, what has gone well? Where have we progressed with culture and reform, Pathway to Change, and also the single service programs? Secondly, where do we need to do more? And thirdly, what should our priorities be going forward? So it almost touched around 50,000, we think, people in those conversations. What came back from those conversations and that narrative was very similar for the senior leadership group as it was for the wider workforce. And from that, it was clear in terms of where had we progressed. There was a view that inclusion, in terms of diversity and inclusion, the organisation had come quite a way. There was a view from, and I am really summarising, that People had heard a lot about diversity and inclusion, being an inclusive, respectful organisation. More education would be ideal in terms of what are the capability benefits of inclusion. Other parts where the organisation felt there had been progress from this evidence base was in the organisation's view that people would, as bystanders, intervene should poor behaviour occur, and people felt more confident to do that. There's just 2 examples of where the organisation felt it had progressed. Some of the areas where more work needed to be done was still there was a sense that not all poor behaviour was being reported. Leadership wanted leadership accountability for a positive workplace. So there was a sense that for all the things that we've been talking about earlier this morning, that there had been a lot of progress, and it was really important that leadership start being held to account for creating a positive workplace, creating a positive unit, and that very much came through. So from that evidence base and those conversations, in addition to some more targeted sort of more qualitative work with the context of some of our surveys as well, 6 priorities came out from that work to take us through the next, what we were recommending to the most senior leadership, the Defence Committee, to take us through from the Pathway to Change 2012-17 period onwards. Those 6...
So just stopping there for a second.
Yep.
Everything you've just described is taking place before the first Pathway to Change comes to an end. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So
Mr. Gray.
Is it in what period precisely?
So this was 2016.
2016, thank you.
Sorry.
And is there a report distilling the results of the command conversations as you've described and the itemisation of the 6 priority areas?
So there is yes, there is.
And what's it called?
So the report is Pathway to Change. I need to come back to you, Mr. Gray, so I get the name right. So
is it actually the Pathway to Change 2017?
No. We worked with Rapid Context in terms of doing the thematic analysis. There is a thematic report.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can come back to that.
There's a thematic report.
Thanks very much. Now, I interrupted you when you were about to describe 6 priority areas.
So the 6 priority areas then, the first was, and it was from this thematic work, leadership accountability. So that is the constant from the original Pathway to Change. Secondly, inclusion, and we talked a lot about this in terms of diversity inclusion to advance capability. Thirdly, ethics and workplace behaviours. Fourthly, health, wellbeing and flexibility. Working with integrated teams. Yeah. But the idea, or absolutely what was then the intent, and this is what occurred, is those 6 priorities were then for each service, each group, to take forward in the context of their organisations and their leadership. And when we start talking about the Army's good soldiering, Navy's next generation Navy and the Air Force's adaptive program and onwards, those 6 priorities provided, I call it a glue across the organisation in order to ensure that we were moving forward with commonality in each of the reform approaches and each of the cultural and work of each service, with a common thread and a common overarching strategy. So it was not as the first Pathway to Change strategy with 175 recommendations. There was a sense that people wanted that command accountability to take forward the progress that had been made to date, and in a way that we could then use initiatives, programs at all levels through the organisation. So you will see with the pathway to change next steps, it is an intent statement with the priorities for each service and group to take forward.
Okay, and we'll go to that in just a minute, but I just want to go back to something you said about cultural change taking time and the implementation phase involving the things you singled out, values, disseminating the values. Well, I suppose formulating the ADF values, because that didn't actually happen within the first 5 years, did it? It happened in the second 5-year period. But,
Correct.
At any rate, you mentioned values being important to the implementation of cultural change, and you pointed to achievements in gender diversity from 13 to 19% participation by women. That's across the whole of Defence, is it?
That's across the Australian Defence Force.
Across the Australian Defence Force, not including the department.
Public service.
And I assume there's unevenness in that participation rate. So there'll be areas of the ADF where the participation rate may be higher than that, but there'll be areas, pockets, if you like, where it'll be lower. Is that
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
Do you have do you regularly get monitoring information about participation in particular
Yes.
services and units?
Yes. So the foundation is the Women in ADF report. So that was a recommendation of the treatment of women in the ADF that we annually produce and look and consider the Women in ADF report, which includes all demographics, but it also includes changes in how ADF women or the profile of the ADF is operating in terms of delivering capability.
Just stopping you there for a second.
Yep.
My question was,
Yes.
do you have regular reporting or monitoring of the participation rate in particular services? And I think
Yes.
the answer is yes, because it's reported in that report. And at the unit level within services?
Right. Sorry.
No,
So
that's all right.
the Women in ADF report is annual. We have a monthly report in terms of service and occupation by gender. In terms of unit level, I don't, as the Deputy Secretary People, as the integrator, but within each service, they would be looking at that data within their service.
Is that right, General?
That's correct, yes.
And how regularly do you get reports in and actively consider the participation rate in units in the Army?
At my level, a monthly report comes through me, and that feeds into the monthly defence report. And then at the unit level, that's reasonably stable because of our annual posting cycle. So usually it gets set and then is really maintained through the course of that year. We try and make sure that there is adequate representation to meet the unique nature of the respective units. It is uneven in that sense, depending on the nature of the unit, and then monitor that over time and have targets to grow or to change the shape and nature of the organisation over time. But at the lower level, it really gets set because of the annual posting cycle, so it doesn't need to be monitored as frequently.
Okay.
And sense.
By unit, well, I asked you the question and I referred to unit, and you answered with an assumption as to what it must mean. Is it the battalion?
That's a good example, yes, of a unit, yes. Yeah.
Now, and you also mentioned policy and practices, getting back to Ms. Gregg. And I wanted to ask you about your understanding of the challenges. You mentioned cultural change takes time, the challenges involved in cultural change in organisations, and to ask you about your views on the validity of the model first propagated by Professor Edgar Schein. I'll just ask the operator to display it. You're broadly familiar, I understand?
Yes, Mr. Gray.
Yeah. With the Schein model?
Yes.
Will ask the operator to display EXP 0003 0013 0047, and this is with attribution to Peter Leong, who has produced this, in effect, schematic or part verbal schematic for the SHINE model, which is sometimes called a dynamic model of organisational culture. The model posits 3 levels at which culture operates. Is this in accordance with your understanding, Ms. Gregg?
Yes.
Yes, and the first and most superficial level is called by Professor Shine artefacts, and it includes, in effect, visible and tangible elements of the environment in which the organisation operates. Then there's espoused values, and that's at a higher impact level, but still, that is, it can have more of an effect on people's actual behaviours, but it still faces challenges. And that, is that a fair summary of your understanding of the model?
Yes.
And the ADF values would be a perfect example of espoused values that you're seeking to instil in the organisation, is that right?
Yes.
But Professor Shine says, in a way, the most powerful factors influencing actual behaviours are basic underlying assumptions. He calls them assumptions, which are often not overtly stated by the organisation and may in fact be inconsistent with the values that the organisation is espousing. Have you, and just pausing there, do you think that's a fair summary of the model as you understand it, Ms. Gregg?
I think it's a fair summary.
And at what level are the measures that you've described, the gender diversity, the policies and procedures, the values that you described as having been linchpins of implementing pathway to change, at what level are they operating? Are they really getting to the basic underlying assumptions? That's the point of the question.
So some are, not some are. So the ones, and I might, if I may, Mr. Gray, go back one step. So with the levers in the original pathway to change strategy, the espoused values piece really does map in a general sense to leadership accountability and the values piece that came through. So it does map in a general sense. But in terms of the underlying assumptions, the work that was, I think, most powerful and prevalent there was in terms of the Elizabeth Broderick's review and recommendations in addition to the work of the Pathways for APS Women, which was, at that time called unconscious bias. I think we hone in on that a bit more specifically now. So some of the elements of the promotion system that in theory, I guess, were set up with respect and courage and those things, those values, but some of the inhibitors that were more unconscious, some conscious, but some of the inhibitors there we've attended to. Another, and I can talk on those as with the service chiefs, another area where these underlying basic assumptions are prevalent, when you look at the way, and Elizabeth Broderick talked about this in terms of flexible work, we've put in place a total workforce model which tries to then look at optimising the workforce for flexible career pathways so that it is about the whole of the workforce rather than looking specifically at a particular subgroup, be that women, be that somewhere else, to address some of the unconscious or basic underlying assumptions that were part of the ADF employment construct itself, which were inhibiting women, for example, or men, but to take time out from service in order to support family life. That's one obvious example, but there are others. By using more flexible career pathways and reimagining the employment construct, that has been a very, very big example of attending to some of these underlying assumptions. And I suppose in hindsight, we can look back at some of what I've said this morning, and there's a few other examples in that certainly we were very attuned to the fact that we had inhibitors in our own employment arrangements that were not conducive to inclusion, that were not always conducive to some of the values we've discussed.
And when was that review of the employment arrangements and the introduction of the flexible workplace?
So the total workforce model, the work there was occurring 2016 is when we went to full implementation of the model. Mr. Gray, I'd like to come back to you with the exact date, but it would have been the beginning of the work. It was under a project called Project Suwakan that then became the total workforce model.
Yeah.
And I'll stop.
And when's the work being done that you mentioned earlier in education on enhancement of capability through diversity?
So this has been, in terms of one of the priorities, there is a multitude of projects and initiatives in that way. I can start with some examples, but I think to adequately answer your question, I think it might be better
Take on notice?
Yeah, I think so.
That's all right. Yeah. Oh, well, that would be good.
I mean, the
list and dates would be...
Yes.
So
one aspect of that, probably a frame to help in replying when the further detail comes, is we've looked through the whole employment continuum. So in terms of Defence Force recruiting and attraction, as the first step in that, we have put in place a great number of initiatives, but also looked at the inhibitors in terms of inclusion and diversity. And I'm very much here talking about inclusion and diversity, not only in respect to the employment of women.
All right. Well, I mean, this is a preliminary step in the Royal Commission's understanding of what the ADF and Defence is doing in this space. That's perfectly all right. And in the same spirit, I'll now go back to the 2017 pathway document, just ask you about some details that appear in it. And some of these things have been the subject of a notice that Defence has responded to. If we just get the operator to display pathway 2017 again, it's PCO stop 0000 stop 0001 stop 1113. In fact, I'm not sure if I have asked the operator to yet display it, but at any rate, PCO 0000 0001 1113. Now, this was a quite complex and dense document, my characterisation. Do you agree with that? For example, if you take into account the Phase 2 Australian Human Rights Commission whole of ADF treatment of women recommendations that were coming, it actually identifies 175 recommendations, most of them in an annex, and foreshadows the others coming in the Phase 2 report in a footnote. And it has an implementation plan for those 175 recommendations, correct?
Mr. Gray.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was the
what's
2012.
Up here,
that was the 2012.
This is the small,
yeah.
This is the, so the previous...
The previous one.
It was, and bringing together, I think, all of those recommendations of very deep, wide-ranging reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And pardon me, and thank you for correcting me. My description was a reasonable description of the 2012 pathway document.
Yes.
This document is nothing like that, and I think you explained to the commissioners that it was intended for a different function, and it wasn't an implementation document as such. This new pathway 2017-22 document didn't have a whole lot of detailed recommendations.
That's
and
correct.
Didn't have a detailed implementation plan. Is that right?
So this document is the overarching cultural intent, very much overarching, and I think I did explain,
yes,
in order to provide those priorities for the services for each group to take forward as a constant and bringing together the organisation with a very clear overall cultural intent for the organisation.
Built on those 6 priority
Yeah.
areas that had come out of the command conversations.
And other inputs, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the document, that is in the 2017 pathway document, there's a statement up front which did catch our attention, which was to the effect that, beg pardon, all 175 recommendations had been, quote, completed. This is on page 1 in the middle of the page, please, operator. So that's page 1115 in the middle of the page. All 175 actions and recommendations, i.e. those listed or foreshadowed in Pathway 2012, are now completed. And then there's references to key actions, including one of the ones you mentioned earlier, Ms. Greig, the establishment of what's often known as SEMPRO, the Sexual Misconduct and Prevention Response Office, and some other things I'm going to ask you about a little later. It might end up being after lunch. That statement, all 175 actions and recommendations are now completed, was not terribly clear, was it? Because they weren't all implemented. That's so, isn't it?
So I think the response in having been asked this question most recently and
Yes.
going through every single one of those recommendations, the 175 actions and recommendations does include a number, around 27 from recall, that were either implemented in a modified form or they weren't agreed in their form by the Defence Committee at the time.
Yep.
So that is the correct description of the complete may have not been the best word, but certainly progressed in other forms or not agreed by the Defence Committee in the day in 2012 because other work was ongoing. So
Yes.
I can give an example of that if you like.
Well, you've given not only examples, but you've given details as to the ones that weren't implemented. When I say you, Defence has in a
Yes.
response. I'll ask the operator to display that response. It's a response to a coercive notice to give information.
Yes.
DEF stop 9999, stop 0002, stop 0001. And I wanted to ask you about my understanding, at least, of one of them. If we go to page 5, table A, item 2, there was a recommendation, in fact, not a recommendation, a key action in Pathway 2012, key action 11, about reconfiguring the living environment. And I wanted to ask, if we go just a little higher up that document to item 2. Thank you very much, operator. On page 5 in the lower part of the table, thank you very much. Reconfigure the living environment, facilities and conditions in line with the pathway to change cultural intent. Is that about mitigating and hopefully eliminating risks that arise from things like shared barracks, mixed gender barracks and things of that kind? Is that what that's about?
So the intent was to ensure that the physical characteristics in which the ADF operate are aligned absolutely with the values and what had come forward from Pathway to Change. But I don't have myself sufficient information on that particular recommendation. It might be something that we can certainly talk to in how a different witness from Defence can certainly talk to how we have taken forward more contemporary housing standards, living standards arrangements on the basis, and most recently there is some work looking at, from the lens of safety.
All right, so there was a decision in 2015 by the Cultural Reform Steering Committee, just pausing there, was that a committee steering the overall whole of defence response to Pathway to Change? So,
Mr Gray, the Cultural Reform Steering Committee was chaired by the Secretary and the Chief of the Defence Force, yes.
Yes. So it's a very important high-level decision-making body on how and if the various recommendations would be implemented, and it's decided not to proceed with that recommendation, but to take into account those principles for future constructions.
Yes.
Yeah. And, all right, there are a few other such descriptions. Time doesn't really permit us to go through them all, and they speak for themselves to a large extent, but I'll just ask quickly without going to it.
Yeah.
There's recommendations about improving workplace behaviours reporting systems, and they come from the Human Rights Commission. But it's said that a system called ComTrack is in effect preferred. And can I just ask, what is ComTrack?
So ComTrack is one of the systems, and ideally at that time the main system where incidents are reported. So it is the IT incident reporting mechanism.
Okay. Is it across all three services?
It is. There are also other reporting mechanisms, and I think, Mr Gray, you know from some of the other responses, very relevant to your question, is that we are working intensively to try and ensure that all of those systems are embedded to ensure that we're not managing multiple systems, because that is one of I guess the recommendations coming from here, is that one reporting system, of course, is more efficient and will provide commanders, managers, the leadership, others with the single source of truth.
Is that still a work in progress? To get to one reporting system?
That is.
Yep. Is there at least a name for the system? Is it in construction?
It'll be a single case management system, and this is part of our wider enterprise resource program.
And do you have an estimated time that it might go live?
I can't give you a time for when it might go live, but the schedule is by the end of this year, it should be reasonably, the planning will have been done.
Another item is, in fact, a series of items, records a decision to close out the recommendations of the Black Review on the Defence Accountability Framework. Now, that was a review before this period of major reform, wasn't it?
Yes.
Perhaps it was a precursor in some sense.
Yes.
And the review was directed to improving exactly the point that you raised a little earlier in your evidence, leadership accountability for outcomes. Is that a fair description?
Yes, and also collective decision making. So the Rufus Black Review, it was leadership accountability, but there was also a very strong look at who is accountable for what decisions, and the committee process, and what does collective and shared accountability mean versus individual accountability.
Thank you. And for example, Rufus Black recommended a near miss register and things of that kind. Now, the decision that's recorded is that in 2014, the committee, the same committee I believe, decided to close out the outstanding recommendations of the Black Review and instead address those matters through the first principles review of defence. First principles review of defence. So perhaps this is the last question before lunch, but if you could please explain.
Sorry to interject, Mr. Gray. I'm going to propose we go through to 1:45 and have a shorter lunch. Where we started late and we're simply not getting through the evidence.
So what, Ms. Gregg, what is the first principles review of defence and why did it justify leaving the black recommendations incomplete?
I understand the questions. So the first principles review of defence was an independent review. It focused particularly on decision making and the organisational and governance arrangements around that. There was also an element that looked at workplace behaviours as part of that work. The first principles review was, as I said, conducted independently, and from the work that was that occurred in terms of looking at our governance, our systems, our decision making, one of the clear findings of that review was that more of a one defence lens needed to be made on decision making, and it had a keen focus on the capability life cycle. How is it that decisions are made through the acquisition procurement cycle, but also more generally in terms of the governance of defence. Recommendations that then spoke to how do you create more of a one defence lens so that decision making is less about a particular area in defence or less about a particular capability or service and more about enterprise and what is the best for government, what is the best outcome from a whole of defence lens. The very, very, very strong link with the Rufus Black work was that there needed to be much clearer accountabilities for those decisions. This played out in the first principles review in terms of a total review of the committee process in defence, the establishment of a far more strategic defence committee supported by an investment committee and supported by an enterprise business committee, so that the accountabilities for decision making were much clearer in terms of the investment profile and then also in terms of the enterprise and the governance profile. So I can keep going.
Well, no, I'm just wondering if that's actually a different form of accountability than the sort of accountability you were referring to before.
So
you were a little earlier. You were talking about whether leaders within defence would be accountable for improvements in effect, the units or other sub-units of defence for which they're responsible, improvements in culture.
Yes.
Whereas this seems to be at decision-making of a different kind, decision-making as opposed to environment.
Mr. Gray, if I keep going, I've started big hands, and my apologies, I probably should have started the next stage of what I'm keen to share with you. So that's the landscape. In terms of individual accountabilities, the first principles review recommended that performance management arrangements be looked at for all senior leaders, and how were the key performance indicators for all senior leaders cascading from the business plan, the corporate plan, and putting equal weight on values and behaviours in terms of performance appraisal. So in terms of outcomes, how are those outcomes achieved, not only the outcomes. There was work done to look at individual charters. So that was looking at leadership accountability through charters as to how the senior leadership group made clear what were their individual accountabilities, but also their shared accountabilities. So I think those two things in terms of accountabilities for behaviours and accountability in terms of being clearer and held to account for the areas of responsibility.
I do want to ask about taking into account, I think you said improvements. I can't remember the exact word, I apologise, but taking into account in performance appraisals of leadership, the improvements in effect, culture in their units. Is that what you said?
So
when did that commence?
So during the implementation of the First Principles Review, so there is an implementation plan for the First Principles Review. One of the elements was, in terms of performance appraisals, ensuring that the behaviours were weighted sufficiently or equally in the assessment of performance. So for example...
Is there an assessment of behaviours in a person's, the unit led by a particular officer, as an input into the decision whether that officer will be promoted?
So Chief of Army, I'm sure, will speak to this. Can I just add that there always was behavioural assessment in performance appraisal. What the First Principles Review did was ensure that for the senior leadership group, it was weighted sufficiently, and accountabilities were clearer in the performance appraisal framework.
General Burr, is that right?
That's right. Leaders are accountable for the culture in their organisation, and that's reflected through the reporting process. There are a number of other independent ways to assess the culture through surveys and so forth, which I can elaborate on later if you like. But most definitely, the reporting process reflects at least the superior's view of how those leaders have conducted themselves in establishing a positive climate and culture in their organisation.
What data is used to assess the climate or the behaviour in their organisation?
So we have a pulse survey, which is essentially a way of every member having the opportunity to express their view against a range of questions, and as that matures, we can change those questions to become more targeted or more focused in the information that we seek. And that really does establish a climate from the bottom up. An assessment of the climate from the bottom up. So that is a very, very effective tool used across certainly across the Army, and we're finding that very helpful. Because as we know, looking up from the bottom up versus the top down, there can be sometimes a different look.
Two timing questions. How long has it been a formal element of performance appraisal in considering promotions that you would consider the behaviour of the unit for which the person's been responsible? Second question, when did the pulse surveys get implemented?
The first question, I couldn't give you a specific time, but it's certainly been part of how we assess a leader's ability to be considered for further promotion, and there is a proper process around how we assess promotion, both in the non-commissioned ranks but also through the officer ranks, based on their performance and other assessments. And the pulse survey system has been around for, help me, I'd say at least 5 years, but I'll need to give you a better answer than that, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. I'll go back to Ms. Gregg. I just want to chase down a little more information about this accountability framework. Mm-hmm. Where is it at now? Is the Defence Accountability Framework a complete document in existence, or is it still a work in progress?
So the Enterprise Business Committee I just mentioned considered the accountability framework quite recently, so it draws on a lot of the previous work. So my answer is it's should be finalised soon, but I think we may get someone else to speak. I think there's more I could give you on this, because I'm very clear on how the accountability framework and the work that ended up coming through First Principles Review in terms of an accountability framework and the defence business model. I think we can provide you with more information or stronger information than I can today.
Well, I just want to make this as clear as, or get this on the record as clear as possible, because it's important.
Yes.
Rufus Black provided a report recommending an accountability framework.
Yes.
Back before 2010, I believe. I can't remember the exact date, but it was before those cultural reviews that you spoke about.
Yes.
In 2014, the Steering Committee for Cultural Reform responsible for Pathway to Change decided not to implement those outstanding recommendations of the Black Review because under the first Principles Review, there was going to be a Defence Accountability Framework. That's 2014.
Yes.
Is that 8 years ago? Nearly. And there still isn't the said Defence Accountability Framework. It's been in production ever since then. Is that right?
So the first Principles Review implementation, definitely Mr Gray implemented a number of aspects of the Black Report. In terms of is an accountability framework in place today as per Rufus Black's report? No, not to my knowledge. I think there is a new accountability framework being worked on currently as part of a very comprehensive look at our business model.
Is the Defence Accountability Framework that's being worked on currently and which you hope will be ready soon, is that still the project that came out of the first Principles Review around 2015, I believe? Is that still that same project or is it some new version of a Defence Accountability Framework?
My view, there are elements of it, Mr Gray. So the organisation and the context through some of those other reforms I've talked about through First Principles Review, some extent Pathway to Change, there is a different context. Is there an accountability framework now that looks like what Rufus Black recommended? Elements have come through. In revisiting some of his recommendations recently, I mean, I think they do stand in good stead.
Can I just ask about the process that led to Pathway 2017 and whether Pathway 2017 itself, which is now coming to its conclusion in 2022, this year, must be nearly at an end, whether that has been evaluated properly. And a certain auditing organisation looked into this and we tendered the report of that organisation and it's available to the operator and I'll just ask that it be displayed. It's INQ 0000 0001 1209.
Is that the document that is the subject of the claim for privilege?
I don't know, it's your claim.
Well, I think it is if it's the auditing organisation's report that was tabled in Parliament.
I believe, I can ask my instructors, but I believe the communication we received was just to references to the name of that organisation in a response that the government made to a coercive notice to give evidence or to give information. And yet, I don't believe there was an objection to this document.
Excuse me, one moment.
I would like to ask questions about this document if I'm permitted.
Can I invite my friend to perhaps paraphrase what's in the document as a question rather than publish the document, if I can put it that way?
Can I just clarify? Sorry, this is a document that was tabled in Parliament by the Office of the Auditor General.
Yes.
Published in Parliament. It's tabled in Parliament.
Yes.
It was then republished. And I understand my friend has objected to references to the organisation in a response to a notice to give information that's in the tender list, and so we've redacted the references to the name.
Can you approach the questioning in the way Mr. Fordham suggests?
I think so. I think if I just go to text on page 8 under audit objective and criteria, I can in effect paraphrase what's on that page.
Well, I'm now at the point where I don't mean to be disrespectful. It's actually entirely a matter for you how you deal with it, but I'll object to the display and publication of the document, if I can put it that way.
All right. Well, we won't display it, but perhaps privately, if the witness could be shown.
Yeah. Absolutely no problem with the witness seeing it.
Yeah. So if our e-court operators are able to switch to private mode, they can show the witness the document, and the lawyers and the commissioners can see the document, but the public won't be able to see the document.
Okay.
And Ms. Gregg, while that's coming up, I'll just start paraphrasing. The auditing organisation, I suggest, had in mind objectives and criteria as follows. The objective was to assess the effectiveness of Defence's implementation of Pathway 2017, and the criteria was Defence's development of the strategy evidence-based? Did it undertake effective planning to support its implementation of the strategy? Did it effectively promulgate its strategy and expectations regarding implementation? And I'll just skip the next and go to the penultimate one. Has Defence established effective monitoring and reporting arrangements for the strategy? And can Defence demonstrate that intended outcomes are being achieved through its implementation of the strategy? And this audit report is dated May 2021. The audit report didn't examine the implementation of Pathway 2012. It was focused on the implementation to date, 4 or so years in, of Pathway 2017. Is that all correct so far?
That's correct.
Thank you. And the conclusions reached by the auditors were that the development of the 2017 strategy in the first place did not draw fully on the available evidence base, and that element of strategy development was not fully effective. Implementation planning for the strategy was partially effective. Is that right?
Correct.
And does Defence disagree with any of those findings?
No.
And the conclusion goes on. The Defence has been largely effective in promulgating the strategy, and overarching governance arrangements are largely fit for purpose. However, there were weaknesses in the centre holding the line functions to account for implementation. Just pausing there, is the centre Defence People Group?
Yes.
And do the line functions include the 3 services?
Includes the 3 services and all group heads.
Yep. And does Defence disagree with any element of that conclusion?
Mr. Gray, some context would be very useful. We don't disagree. We did not disagree with those findings and recommendations. There was additional context, and in fact, in terms of the key recommendations from that report, we have actioned, and particularly in terms of the first one, and the line areas not being held to account. So from 2021, in terms of the actions that that report was suggesting that they have occurred, we welcome that. In terms of the finding around the one that you mentioned regarding the evidence base, we did use survey data in deriving those priorities. What the report said was that we could have done that more effectively, more strongly, and what has happened since then, we have listened and we are drawing much, much more comprehensively on the survey data. And in terms of their second recommendation, which is the key performance indicators, how will you measure, we've now at a point where we've integrated a lot of the survey data, of which we have over time, in a dashboard so that we have those measures against each of the priorities in a way that I think will meet what the ADF and Defence need. But certainly the work has been ongoing since those recommendations.
All right, I'll ask you about that, and in particular the dashboard, in just a minute, but I'll just finish by asking whether you disagree with this conclusion. Defence has not established effective monitoring and reporting arrangements for the strategy, talking about the Pathway 2017, and is not yet able to demonstrate at the enterprise level that intended outcomes are being achieved through its implementation of the strategy. That's over on the top of page 9 on private view. Did you agree with that at the time? That is May 2021.
So there are elements that beneath this where we did feel that there was monitoring and reporting. The times of the data collection and the conversations with the authors of that report, we were certainly listening, and I personally and others have taken action since that time. So, you know, this helped, the report helped, certainly, and we've taken action to ensure that we do have we do have in place today not only effective monitoring to feed back to the organisation, so important in looking at overall how has the cultural change happened over time, but also to establish next steps for our next approach, you know, in the context of some of the other inquiries that are occurring at the moment, and the importance of fusing and integrating information, not just survey data, but other information across the organisation.
All right, well, I might ask you about some of those surveys shortly, but just before we leave this topic, there is a written response Defence has provided to a coercive notice asking questions about this document, and my understanding is that Mr Fordham's client has raised an objection to us having tendered that response to the extent that it refers to the auditing organisation. So we've, as I understand it, redacted references to the name of the auditing organisation. But the document I just went to was tendered without objection in hearing block 1. It's already an existing exhibit.
Well, to be fair, I was on mute in Canberra and you were in Brisbane, and I really didn't get an opportunity. We have also raised some of these issues with the Officer of Solicitors assisting to try and minimise these problems going forward.
I'll go to the response, and we won't display the names of the auditing organisation. It's DEF 9999 0002 0001.
That's the document that was just up, isn't it?
This should now be publicly displayed. I'm sorry, Commissioner Douglas?
That was the document that you just had up, wasn't it?
The document I just had up was a document written by the auditing organisation.
All right. Yes,
and this is now a response to questions about it.
And it was up before you put up the auditor's report?
It may have been, Commissioner, I might have missed that. Now, if we please go to page 0037, at paragraph 45, in response to a question asked in the coercive notice, Ms. Gregg, why was Pathway 2017 commenced without an evaluation of Pathway 2012? At paragraph 45, Defence acknowledges that holistic formal evaluation reporting of the first strategy was limited and that Defence could have put a stronger evaluation framework in place. And there's a reference to certain things that were done, but an acknowledgement, I think, is this fair, that what was done could have been built on with greater quantitative data and a stronger reporting methodology. But there's no real answer to the question why Defence didn't do those things in the first place, in my respectful suggestion.
So
Do you want to comment on that suggestion?
I can, Mr.
Yep.
Gray. So in evaluating what came before, I talked earlier about the way the 2012 Pathway to Change strategy came in, was organised and formulated. And one element being those 175 key actions, another element being single service programs in terms of implementation. So the evaluation in one sense was the actioning of most of those 175 recommendations. So some of the evaluation needed to occur in terms of those many, many things. So one answer is evaluation in one sense was closure or progress of some of those those recommendations. Another was in terms of how was each single service looking at the effect of its cultural programs. But I do accept that we could have used more survey data over time to look at the effect and evaluate the impact of those things more holistically.
I didn't show the public the 6 priority items that you'd identified as they are encapsulated in Pathway 2017, but those 6 priority areas are spelt out in Pathway 2017, aren't they?
Yes.
Now, they were the 6 priority areas that came out of the command conversations,
And
which you were telling the commissioners about an hour ago or so earlier in your evidence. I want to ask now about a finding by the auditing organisation, which you were in this coercive notice asked to comment on, which is that there'd been a discontinuation of in-depth assessments of those priority areas that were identified in Pathway 2017. There was the beginning of a process of identifying whether those priority areas had been implemented or those priority actions had been implemented, but it was discontinued. I'll just display that part of the response to the notice. Operator, it's at page 0041, paragraph 52. And if we just maybe expand it said that there shouldn't be a reference to the well, I'll ask that not be displayed. There shouldn't be a reference to the organisation, so the redaction hasn't worked there. I'll just read it. It says, Defence agrees with the finding that Defence is not able to demonstrate at the enterprise level that intended outcomes are being achieved through its implementation of the second strategy. Defence initially intended to undertake in-depth assessments of each cultural priority. That's the 6 priority areas, is that right?
Yes.
But I read on, but discontinued this approach after 2 assessments were undertaken. Reporting to the Enterprise Business Committee in April 2020, just pausing there, is that a committee that's also at a high level of decision making, or is it a successor committee to the Defence, the Steering Committee for Cultural Transformation?
So through the First Principles Review, Defence Committee, Enterprise Business Committee, Investment Committee. So it is chaired...
Is that the second tier?
Yes.
Thank you. Who's it chaired by?
The Associate Secretary.
Thank you. And who are the ADF members?
So all 3-star service chiefs and group heads, and all group heads.
Thank you. Reporting to the Enterprise Business Committee in April 2020, observed that the analysis undertaken indicated that while significant activity was occurring, a large majority of the activities were developed based on other organisational needs rather than being driven strategically by the second strategy. Second strategy, I suggest, is Pathway 2017. So a lot of activities happening, but it's not being driven strategically by those 6 priority actions in Pathway 2017. Is that a fair summary of what's being said here?
Yes, yes, Mr. Gray. I'm just wanting to clarify with, in terms of what you've just read out.
Would you like it displayed privately, by the way?
That might help, because...
Operator, please display that document we're not allowed to display publicly to Miss Gregg and the lawyers and the commissioners. It's at page 0041, paragraph 52. Thank you.
Because I've just got a clarification, but by reading
Yes.
it might be clear.
Yes. Perhaps call out 52. Thank you, operator.
So it was at 50.
52, and I've read to about the 4th last line.
Thank you. So I think your question...
My question was that sentence, reporting to the Enterprise Business Committee, through to rather than being driven strategically by the second strategy, my interpretation, I suggest, was the interpretation I suggested to you was that while a lot of activity was taking place, it wasn't being driven strategically, those words. It didn't reflect the 6 particular action priority areas for action in Pathway 2017, but other organisational needs. So that was the reason why the in-depth analysis of achievement of the 6 priority areas was discontinued. That's my suggestion. What do you say?
They're 2 slightly different things. So in terms of what's you've read out here, what was coming forward, or what I was bringing forward against the priorities, the cultural reform priorities, some of what lay underneath that wasn't effectively prioritised. So you might have a program attending to health and wellbeing or inclusion that may not be as important as another aspect. So the strategic lens wasn't as effective as it could or should have been. So that reflects what that report is saying there.
Were you on the committee at the time?
Yes.
So why would that be a reason for discontinuing in-depth assessments? I suggested it actually be a reason to do them so you'd understand what the gaps were.
It's to Mr. Gray. So the in-depth assessments, related slightly different thing, was a deep dive on each of the priorities, and we only got through 2. but the application of the information coming out of that wasn't proving as useful as, and I think this report recommends, we look at more quantitative data, more survey data, more fused data across the organisation to evaluate and look at progress against each of the priorities.
Well, what it says is, it doesn't use those words you've just used, but it says in the last sentence, at the conclusion of this audit, Defence was in the process of mapping activities that may contribute to the achievement of the intended outcomes and was developing a performance framework for the strategy. So the key question is, did Defence succeed in producing a performance framework for Pathway 2017? Does it exist and can we see it?
We have progressed significantly since then, and what we can produce for you is the dashboard and how we are looking at each of the priorities, bringing forward some of that quantitative information.
Well, the dashboard is referred to towards the end of this response, and it's still a work in progress, as I understand it.
So that I've been seeing the prototype. I think if appropriate, we could share that with the Royal Commission. The other element of this is bringing forward through a more strategic lens to the Enterprise Business Committee an assessment of culture, progress or otherwise by each of the service chiefs and group heads, and that has happened since this report. So at the end, in October of last year, a more comprehensive cultural reporting method to the Enterprise Business Committee did occur.
Well, I want to ask you about that. So we'll go to page 0042 of the same response. I believe we can show it to the public if we just call out paragraph 57 and not the rest of the page. And in response to whether, and to the extent that Defence agrees with a finding that Defence had not established effective monitoring and reporting at the time of the report, whether that's still the case. And the Defence response early this year is Defence has now established effective monitoring and reporting arrangements for Pathway 2017. Refer to question 5 for this response. That takes us back to page 0033, and we can't read out, if we just call out paragraph 34 and not the entirety of that page, please. Operator?
Yeah.
34 says, Defence has monitored and reported on Pathway to Change since its inception. The Department recognises and supports the need for stronger assurance processes for the strategy's ongoing implementation by group heads and service chiefs, who are the accountable officers for cultural reform in their respective chains of command. And then over the page, there's a reference to, I'll just read it out, we don't need to go to it in case we haven't redacted the name of the reporting organisation. To meet this recommendation, Defence implemented a structural biannual group heads and service chiefs reporting requirement in October 2021. Is that the sum total of the improvement in monitoring and reporting?
In that context, yes.
Right. What comes next after Pathway 2017 to 2022? We're nearly at the end. Are you working on a replacement?
So the elements that are being really closely looked at, of course, are certainly the learnings from this Royal Commission. The learnings from the Afghanistan inquiry reform plan that we are working on. The values and behaviours, the one ADF defence values, we are looking at what else, how might we take those things forward in the context of the previous 5 years, so what else is there to do? And we, at the same time, with those learnings that are absolutely necessary and important, what is the capability, what is the future priorities, where is the future investment in the workforce needed? So they're big questions. So the work that's happened so far is very much looking at the reform plan, the transformation strategy that you put up earlier. So this is early thinking.
All right. How long do you think it's going to take before you have a new strategy? You're going to have to extend Pathways 2017 for a little bit longer?
I think that is a possibility. The work that is occurring now and the work in the wellbeing area, mental health, we need to be listening and taking that on board and really reflecting, which are important elements. So if that's possible, Mr. Gray.
I want to ask about statistics that have recently been reported by the AHW, differentiating the veteran suicide rates for women and in particular for younger women compared with suicide rates for women in the general community. And you may be familiar with these figures, Ms. Gregg, but if you wish me to display the relevant part of the AHW, Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's 2021 report on veteran suicide monitoring, I can do that. But for women under 30, the suicide rate for ex-serving women who've left the ADF compared with the general rate for women of that age in the Australian population is that the suicide rate for women under 30 who are ex-serving women from the ADF is 3 times worse than the general community rate. Do you wish me to display those figures, or are you familiar with them?
I'm familiar with them.
Now, from the Defence People Group perspective, was that news to you that the rates were so bad compared with general community rates for younger ex-serving women when they were published in September 2021, or did you know about that earlier?
I didn't know about that earlier until the Aihw report.
And since then, since September 2021, I believe it's September. Oh, thank you. Since September 2021, what has Defence People Group done to try to understand what might be contributing to those very stark and tragic rates in younger ex-serving women?
Yeah, and it is tragic. So Defence People Group works with Joint Health Command very closely, and I think you meant the Surgeon General will be a witness in good time. So the effort and conversation there is very much about a program looking harder at women's health, and they are the conversations that I've had with the Surgeon General so far to start better understanding.
And this is since September 2021, expressly arising out of these.
I've had
the publication of these figures.
I've talked to the Surgeon General, but the Surgeon General I know is looking at a program more focused at women's health. So
Yes, but
that's
sorry,
a
my question is, I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Is this an initiative taken since those figures were published and became known to you?
I'm not sure. I have to say I'm not sure.
Right. Okay, so my question again, after becoming aware of those figures, I'm not
Yes.
saying it's irrelevant that you're doing that,
Yeah.
and that's entirely appropriate that you've told the Royal Commissioners that. But my question is actually, what have you done since becoming aware of those figures to understand the factors driving them?
In terms of looking at all the information we have, and a lot of this, the time that has occurred since then, we have certainly been looking hard at the Interim National Commissioner's Report and the recommendations there. But have I taken a specific action in terms of that data? No, it's more, this is trying to understand for women, for men, trying to understand more deeply, what are the factors, what can we do better to improve and prevent suicide. So have I done something specific in terms of that data? No, I haven't.
All right. The Women's Health Initiative that you're talking about, what's the connection you're making between that and the suicide rates?
So a more focused effort that's looking from a gender lens in terms of providing preventative health support and health support. But I'm not an expert there.
So it supports rather than trying to understand root causes. Is that a fair description?
So the first answer I gave in terms of trying to understand root causes, we are all trying to do that very deeply and understanding. In terms of the women's health part, I think that's putting another trying to understand if there are any factors in terms of prevention and women's health that would be assistance. But I'm not an expert there, Mr. Gray.
Okay. Are you going to try to find out, that is Defence People Group going to try to find out more about what might be the factors contributing to that very high rate?
Definitely. So working with the services, each service, Joint Health Command, the research programs that are currently ongoing with the AHAW, with Phoenix Australia and with others, I would like to explain that some of that research is led out of Joint Health Command, and the Surgeon General would be the lead to talk on that. People Group, we have specific roles in terms of the welfare framework, in terms of support that we provide through the Defence Family and Member Support Branch, support to families. But in terms of the particular research element we're talking about, we would assist with data and information, and as part of potentially informing some of the scoping of that work, but the work is led with the Surgeon General.
Is there a risk with just taking a health lens to this? You're not going to be just taking a health lens?
No,
surely?
not just a health lens. So, and thank you for the question. So, in the last couple of years, and it has been the Productivity Commission report that was mentioned in the opening comments, Mr. Gray, was incredibly influential with how we look at whole of life wellbeing. We look at it through a human sort of security framework, or more of a wellbeing framework, where health is one aspect, mental health is an aspect, employment, fulfilment, so forth. So it is important that you look at the whole, not just the parts. So we would be looking at such questions from the perspective of a wellbeing framework, not specifically, but I was trying to answer your initial question with that the information on the number of suicides who have been women, the first thing we were looking at was, well, in terms of next steps, what do we need to do? And kind of given you two separate answers there.
In your opinion, is it possible that cultural factors within service life might have contributed to that very high differential suicide rate for ex-serving women?
So I think the Interim National Commissioner's report I read with interest because in many ways, but one thing that does say is internationally the work is pointing towards culture, as you would expect, as being a factor. In terms of then thinking about that in the ADF context and in what you've just put to me, from what we know to date, there are multiple factors. It's very hard to understand one factor, but culture, I think, is part of any experience in the ADF. So the answer to what you're saying is, yeah, in all likelihood, yes.
Yes, and what aspects of ADF culture might be contributing, in your opinion?
I think we've, Mr. Gray, we've talked about the dimensions. I've talked about some of the aspects that are, positive in our culture, some that have been left so, and what we're trying to address it. I think it's a very hard question to answer. What aspects? It could be any number. It could be any number of things. And I think the research and the work that's happening here and through the Commission will help us understand that.
So you don't have any ideas about what factors might be contributing to the very high rates of suicide amongst ex-serving women who are under 30, although you do accept that there could be cultural factors. You just don't know which cultural factors.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of what I've just said.
All right. Could it be outworkings or results of a male-dominated workplace, including in some instances sexual harassment and sexual assaults? Is that something that you're going to look into?
So we are looking into very much so in terms of the role of what we must do to prevent sexual assault. In terms of now understanding what's come forward, I think we're in a very early point in time in trying to bring some of these things together, but this is an absolute priority. But I think anything I would say here would be without enough understanding, I think, of the cases to date in terms of some of the things we've discussed today. I think it's very difficult. I think there are so many factors, but what are the particular ones to describe what you've put to me? I can't offer that assessment. I don't know.
Has anybody within Defence People Group, or to your knowledge, Defence, started the work of looking at the actual suicides represented by those statistics and trying to work out what the circumstances of the individuals were and whether there were any contributing factors that might be of the character I described: sexual harassment, sexual assault?
So there is that work, and certainly I think when you hear from each of the service chiefs, they have looked within their for their members. Are there any patterns? What sticks out? So that has certainly been occurring. From where I am in looking at the recommendations from the Interim National Commissioner's report, in re-looking at the things we're doing. What else is there that we may be missing? What else are there in terms of those risk factors and protective factors? That is what we're currently doing from the Centre of People Group.
And just final question before lunch, Commissioners. You say that work is happening. Are you aware of any completed reports on it that can be shared with the Royal Commission?
sorry, on the
work
you
of
weren't
looking
talking
at
on
the
gender.
particular individuals who've taken their lives, who are represented by those statistics, those very high statistics, of the differential rate represented by ex-serving women under 30 compared with
No,
women who take their lives in the community at that age.
no. Not
Oh,
yet.
I thought you said some work had begun in looking at the individual circumstances of those individuals to see what the contributing factors might have been and whether they included sexual assaults or harassment.
Right, so...
I object to that question because the question that you asked is whether or not there were completed reports you could look at, not whether
I
one
know.
was done.
I'm going back a step. A minute ago, I thought, in response to a question I asked about whether there was any work in that area, I thought you said work had begun on that.
So, sorry, Mr Gray, in terms of each service, I know that each service looks at whether can they see any causal factors, patterns. So that is not research work. That is as by nature of their role. In terms of,
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, so you're not saying to the commissioners that there's been specific work that you know of looking at the individual circumstances of those women to determine what might have been the contributing factors?
Not that I know of.
All right. General Burr, do you know of any within Army?
I'm not aware of the specific work, and I suspect that's what we hope can be one of the outcomes of the Royal Commission as they look more deeply at these matters. But I too was surprised at the statistics when they were in that report. Of course, then knowing who the individuals are, so then you can work back and understand the circumstances of their service, how they concluded that service is part of the work that needs to happen, so we can better understand and put in context those individuals. I couldn't give you any update on
Okay. So there's no work that you know of going on within Army and you would know about it?
I think I would know about it, but again, that's where the difficulties of once people leave service, knowing who they are and how to have access to that sort of holistic view is one of the challenges that we face. Yes.
Thank you. I'll leave it there for now. I'm going to have to continue with further questions after lunch, if that's all right, Commissioners.
Okay. General Burr and Warrant Officer McFarlane, you happy to return after lunch?
Yes, Commissioner.
We regret we didn't get to you in this morning's session. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gray. We'll adjourn for about half an hour for lunch.
All rise. The Royal Commission is now adjourned. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Operator, please display EXP 0003 0013 0053. Ms. Gregg, earlier in your evidence, you referred to the DLA, what's known as the DLA Piper Review, although its formal title isn't the DLA Piper Review, but that's what it's known as. And out of that came a Defence Abuse Response Task Force, DART. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And that task force was a special measure designed to receive complaints and analyse them and make recommendations, complaints of abuse in various timeframes prior to the work of this task force. And it presented its final report in March 2016, is that right?
Yes.
And it's been, the front cover of the DART report is now being displayed. And if we just go to page 12, we'll see that although DART wasn't confined to sexual abuse figured heavily in the work of the task force, and the figures for the many complaints that were received of a range of complaints of abuse over an extended period up to a cut-off date in 2013, or for ADFA, for women who experienced sexual abuse at ADFA, Australian Defence Force Academy, September 2015, the total was given there of 2,439 complaints. Now, one of the outcomes of DART, Defence Abuse Response Task Force, was the referral of matters for investigation and potential further action by the Defence Force, or the Chief of Defence Force. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if we go to a document that's been provided by Defence in response to a coercive notice, it's Annexure A to the response to notice NTG DEF 002. Operator, please bring up DEF 9999 0002 0049. Ms. Gregg, were you involved in preparing or at least approving the responses that Defence has given to the Royal Commission? You're able to, you're
Yes.
familiar with
Yes.
these? Yeah.
Yes. I'm very familiar with most, not all, but yes.
With the ones we're
Yes.
raising in,
Yes.
this session, they're not coming as a surprise to you.
Mr. Gray.
No. So Annex A, I won't go to the actual text of question 7 and the response to it, but this is a summary of the outcomes of roughly 130 referrals to the Chief of Defence Force for potential administrative or disciplinary action. Is that right?
Yes, investigated for further action.
Yep. And various outcomes are recorded. In the end, only 3 resulted in formal administrative or disciplinary action out of some 130 referrals. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you have an opinion about that? Is that a disappointingly low outcome?
I'm thinking through
I
your
object to that question because
question.
the context needs to be put in relation to a number of the subcategories in here, which are, if you like, beyond defence's ability to influence the outcome.
Well, I'll restate the question. Having regard to all of the information in the annex, including the other categories and the descriptions of the other categories of outcome, is that a disappointingly low outcome? Only 3 resulting in formal administrative or disciplinary action?
Mr. Gray, what I can say is that the effort, the depth, the attention, and ensuring that the complainant was supported and where these referrals were made with the complainant's wishes, I can say that the way this happened and the process was thorough and with as much care. In terms of the outcomes, there were many steps leading towards the number that were referred to the CDF. So I find it hard to assess whether it's disappointing. I would say that I have trust that the Defence Abuse Response Task Force worked through this thoroughly and that the referrals made to the Chief of the Defence Force of the day were also followed up thoroughly.
There are a lot of obstacles, I suggest, in the way, in particular, of a woman complaining of a sexual assault or other sexual crime committed against her in a defence context. And they include the usual sort of impediments that apply to women raising complaints of that kind, the fear of being disbelieved and so forth. But in addition, cultural elements, not jacking on your mates, and possibly a fear of doing so in a male-dominated culture. Do you agree with those observations?
What I can't go specifics on the case, but I do support some of those comments. When we look at the time period and we now take a much more person-centric, much more trauma-informed approach than historically, which has been very significant in terms of, as I said, a much more person-centric approach.
Now, can I just ask you about a trial, which I believe is called the Sexual Offence Response Team trial within the Joint Military Police Unit? Is it true that there is such a trial?
Yes, we colloquially know it as the SORT trial. So that includes a dedicated small team with a social worker.
Thank you. Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on.
So
Dedicated small team with a social worker
is
working
part
with
of,
investigators?
Yes. One of the aims of this trial and this work is to look at how to best support the complainant or the victim in terms of what are the things that may be most important to support that person through the process of making a complaint or choosing not to, with a view to ensuring that we have the best possible support around that person.
Because as well as there being impediments in even making a complaint in the first time, those impediments are confounded, are compounded, aren't they, in taking a complaint into a formal investigation and a formal disciplinary process. Would you agree with that? That is an impediment facing a woman in particular, or somebody else who's been the victim of sexual misconduct, wishing to make a complaint. Impediments imply there but there are even more impediments in taking it forward to a formal investigation. Is that right?
So the work that has been ongoing, and the Joint Military Police Unit are leading this work, over the last few years have been looking at the extent to which there are impediments and how to ensure that the best possible conditions are in place so that there are the best possible conditions to take those complaints forward as appropriate through those steps.
And will that trial be extended nationally throughout the ADF?
So we are, that is the intention, yes, and how we potentially look at who to work with us on that trial, and having the expertise in the social work community to do that is really important. That is currently under consideration, but the answer is, the aim is yes.
The aim and the intention, is it a decision? Has there been a decision taken to extend SORT throughout the country?
I don't believe the decision has been taken as yet, but certainly in my role as chairing of the People Committee, which is a third tier committee, we have been discussing this work, and we want to be sure that the model and the framework is ideally suited to then take further. But our recommendation from the People Committee will be to take it further.
And on what scale has it been operating so far?
So in one location.
And for how long?
Or it might, I need to take that on notice, yeah, if
now,
that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did mean to say to all our panellists, if you can't answer a question without speculating, don't speculate, that's all right. You can take the question on notice. Now, I just want to ask about some other avenues that seem to be used for reports or complaints or perhaps incidents, and to try to understand the extent to which these things differ. And it might be appropriate at this point to go to General Burr or perhaps Warrant Officer McFarlane, because it may be at the service level that these systems operate. There are a number of different reporting mechanisms noted in a response that Defence has given to another coercive notice. It's DEF 9999, please operator, 0001 0076, and there are a number of different kinds of reporting mechanisms mentioned. I do want to come back to you, Ms. Gregg, and ask whether Defence at the centre is actually collating the outcome of what's reported in these documents. If we go to 0095, please. Now, it says from 2017, there was a form of, or an avenue of complaint available called Complaints and Alternative Resolutions Manual, Chapter 3, Part 2, Notification and Complaints of Unacceptable Behaviour. So I guess the first question is, maybe General Burr, was that used in Army, or is that used in Army?
Yes, it is.
And are the data that come from that mechanism collected and reported to the centre, to Defence People Group?
I imagine it would be. That's a framework, and then there are, as you said, many forms of reporting to suit the circumstance or the needs of the individual to make their complaint, and certainly inside Army we have a very specific separate team serious and sensitive issues management cell, and all that information comes into there so that they have a holistic view and are that coordinating body into the centre.
All right, so Ms. Gregg, I'll come back to you in a minute and ask about whether all of these sources are somehow put together.
Yeah.
The next page, 2 pages on, 0097, is the Incident Reporting and Management Manual, ERMAN, and there's an avenue under ERMAN of being able to report on various kinds of behaviour, to report them as incidents. So again, General Burr, is this operating in Army in tandem with the other mechanism, the Complaints and Alternative Resolutions Manual mechanism?
I would say yes. I'm more familiar with the tools that are presented to me with the information. I'm assuming that it conforms to that manual.
And is there any attempt to reconcile within Army the two sources of information, one coming from Complaints and Alternative Resolution and the other coming from incident reporting, so that you're not, for example, doubling up on the same incident?
Yes, and that's why having a central point of contact is important, because there's multiple ways that information might come in, including from external to Army.
Okay.
So there's obviously internal, and then it might come into SEMPRO, for example, and then we would be, if appropriate, made aware of it. And
let's take SEMPRO. If SEMPRO gets an approach by a client for support, because SEMPRO, we've been told, is not an agency which investigates or takes action on formal reports, but is there to support people who suffered trauma through these behaviours. Nevertheless, they tell Army, do they, if they receive a complaint affecting an Army member or relating to a perpetrator who's an Army member?
As a general principle, yes. I mean, every circumstance, different privacy concerns and so forth. But as a general principle, yes, so that we can make sure that our people are supported.
All right. So not perpetrators, but victim. If there's a person who's approached SEMPRO as a victim, or as somebody who's experienced these behaviours and who is from Army, then SEMPRO will tell you about that, will they?
Yes.
What about, we've got also the potential that the Joint Military Police Unit, this is at the bottom of that same page, please operator, that the Joint Military Police Unit will come to know of a complaint or receive a complaint. There's then, over the next page, Defence Reparations Scheme. Now that's, Ms. Gregg, that's a scheme that came out of DART, essentially, and that has continued to operate and will sunset or have a deadline in the middle of this year, with the possibility of applications still being able to be made till the middle of next year, provided an email is sent to the Commonwealth Ombudsman by the middle of this year. Is that right?
That's correct.
In relation to conduct before July 2014?
Correct.
Now, General Burr, JPMU, does Army get told about complaints that have been made directly to JPMU, and does it collate those in the similar way to the way you've described the other sources of complaint-related information are collated?
Again, as a general statement, yes. There might be circumstances that might need to happen around us, but as a general statement, yes.
Yep. And Defence Reparations Scheme, same thing. You get told. Some of them might be quite historical, that's a possibility, but if they're at all current, you get told.
That's correct.
And there are a couple of others mentioned, and then you said, you, General Burr, said you might get a report from an external source, and over the page on 0099, civilian police are mentioned, and even the National Redress Scheme for people who suffered abuse as minors coming out of the Child Abuse Royal Commission. Now, my question, General Burr, is what is the location within Army which receives and collates all this information, tries to reconcile it and analyse it?
It's part of my office.
And is that distilled into a single report on a regular basis?
In terms of a report, it's a consolidation of information, so we know what's going on, but it's not necessarily a report that goes anywhere other than reporting into the centre. And I would have to take on notice exactly what information goes into the centre, but it's consolidated and advised to me or key staff as appropriate.
Right. Now, Ms. Greig, are you receiving information of the kind General Burr's referred to from each of the three services on a regular basis?
So in terms of whether...
Well, what were you or somebody else in your office, that is?
So in terms of complaints, there is the complaints and resolution area in People Group, who are across or all reports centralised there. But the caveat is what I explained earlier, Mr. Gray, in that the systems are still different across the organisation. So, for example, in one area, the Army Incident Management System is one. We've got a different one in Navy. We are working hard to get that right. But yes, the complaints, there is a central area that is who is across centralised reporting and understanding of the number of complaints. The other thing I'd add is where it is a sexual misconduct related complaint, it must be reported to the Joint Military Police Unit.
Okay. I'll just ask you a little bit more about those different complaint systems and the challenges that poses for you in understanding what might be happening on a consistent basis across the services. Just bear with me for a minute. Operator, please go to that same document, Def 9999 0001 00076 at page 2. Should be 0077. Now, thank you. If you go... No, I'm sorry. Pardon me for a minute. Operator, please go to DEF 9999 0002 0050 and then go to page 2 of that document. Thank you. Now, General Burr, just looking at the notes, source of data for unacceptable behaviour reports for Army, there's a reference there to Army Incident Management System and Personnel Key Management Solution, PM Keys, and also Contract. Now, have they all been operating at times that overlap with each other? Or does one of them replace one of the others?
They operate for different purposes. So PM Keys is the personnel management system where all individual personal data is captured for everyone in the ADF. It's a personal record. And what would go onto that record in this using this example is if action has been taken against an individual through disciplinary action or so forth, that might be recorded on their PM Keys, but it may not have appeared in the incident management system because it wasn't an incident, it was just an action, disciplinary action was taken. So that's why two different things. The incident management system is a place that we would record a range of criteria, and those criteria are listed as part of the way this management system operates, including positive news. So it's the full spectrum of recognising things that have gone wrong, an injury or a major accident, reputational issues, but also positive reputational issues. So it's a comprehensive database, and it allows us to get a more complete picture of trends and issues across a broad spectrum of criteria. And then Comtrack, as mentioned earlier, is a defence system also that was set up. And again, I don't know the history of that, but Track's, I think, very specific.
Does that overlap with AIMS, or has that succeeded AIMS?
It overlaps, as I understand it. One is internal to Army. Comtrack is a specific purpose.
I see. And is this the sort of thing you're talking about, Mr. Gregg? You're getting 3 sources just from one service that have to be reconciled. Presumably that's done at the Army end, is it? Is that right? Generally, the reconciliation of those 3 different...
That's correct. I mean, and trying to compare those 3 systems, I don't think is, that they exist for different purposes, but for the purpose of getting a picture of what's happening in a service,
yep,
that can be extrapolated from through the systems that we have. As Ms. Gregg has indicated, it is an enterprise priority to move towards a single case management system, yep, because data is recognised as being a challenge for us all.
And that will be, Ms. Gregg, that will be the one, the case, beg your pardon, I've forgotten what you called it, but was it a case?
Case management system.
Thank you. But that's not quite in prototype stage. Prototype should be available soon, but you can't say when it'll go live. Is that right?
So I think in preparing some of these responses, Mr. Gray, the schedule is for the end of this calendar year in readiness for implementation the following year. It is part of the larger resource management program that includes updating the whole human resource ICT system as well. So I think the level of complexity is quite high.
So Navy has Comtrack, but it also has its own system. Air Force doesn't seem to be using Comtrack. It's got something else again, Defence Policing and Security Management System, before that, hot issues briefs. So this is the problem, is it? You can't get consistent reports from the 3 services. In fact, even from one service, there are multiple source stabilities, no single source of truth for complaints about unacceptable conduct.
So my central team, Complaints and Resolution, have followed up more than each year, but regularly. I'll use each year as an example because I think you're aware that obviously the Defence Annual Report reports on unacceptable behaviour complaints each year, and the work we do to cross-check each time with the services has shown us some of those redundancies over time, or where we think there are cases missed. So the Defence Annual Report reporting is a good indication of the centralisation of reporting with as many assurances as we can put in place at the moment. But we do all feel the case management system not only will be more reliable, but obviously more efficient.
Well, as well as those difficulties in trying to reconcile the various sources of information about complaints that have been made, we're talking about complaints of unacceptable behaviour that are a very broad category that do include what's called sexual misconduct, I believe, but also include many other things, bullying and so forth. And that we've got a document available to just inform the commissioners when they come to this, but I'll just note for the record what it is. It's EXP 0003 0013 0049, includes harassment, workplace bullying, sexual misconduct. That includes sexual assault, but it's not limited to sexual assault. Is that right, Ms. Gregg?
That's correct.
Discrimination, abuse of power, inappropriate workplace relations and conflict of interest, and violent behaviour. Now, Ms. Gregg, could some of those kinds of behaviour, if directed against another defence member, increase the risk, in your opinion, that the person subjected to that behaviour might become suicidal?
Mr. Gray, I think we covered this as best of my assessment earlier, but I take the opportunity to try and explain better. So certainly from the research available, what may be the risk and protective factors around understanding suicide, certainly those sort of behaviours you've just described would be a risk and are very clearly a risk factor if someone has experienced those. So
the data issues that you've just described are really very, very important, aren't they, to trying to understand where and in what circumstances unacceptable behaviour might be occurring within defence?
I agree, yes.
Is the data, or are the data, sufficiently detailed for Defence People Group to be able to understand where there might be particular units within the ADF that are hotspots for unacceptable behaviour?
We need to get better at that. Is it sufficient at the moment? By looking at the data we do have, by looking at other indicators such as the pulse surveys, but it's not systematised, which I think is more the question. Is it systematised? Yep. So no, it is not systematised, but that is absolutely what we know needs to happen.
All right. And you've referred in your earlier evidence to surveys, and time doesn't permit us to go into great detail with the surveys, but there've been a series of surveys over the years. They're now culminating, are they, in survey on workplace behaviour in the various services, in the training institutions, including ADF, including Duntroon, RMC Duntroon, and including the department itself. Is that a fair summary?
If I may, can I give further information?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2000, we have always had an ongoing climate survey that touched the whole of the ADF and Defence for many, many years, probably 20 years. In 2012-13, which is an important point that we've discussed today with Pathway to Change, and as a recommendation of the Elizabeth Broderick work, an unacceptable behaviour survey was run for all of the Australian Defence Force Academy, and then we extended that survey to RMC and other parts of the organisation. As time went on, that survey became known as the Workplace Behaviours Survey, and has continued. Climate survey which became the Your Say survey, has also continued, and about 12 to 18 months ago we went to a quarterly administration of the workplace behaviours and the Your Say survey, so that commanders, managers, the leadership group had more regular understanding of the thermometer of the organisation. So they are now quarterly, so they are still 2 surveys but administered together.
Right, now I just want to ask you a couple of questions about a couple of them. Please, operator, bring up DEF stop 1000 stop 8001 stop 8562. This is the 2020 Adf Workplace Behaviour Survey. And it has a covering minute. Are you familiar with that document?
Mr. Gray, I am, and I say that in the context that I write to the service chiefs and others quite regularly on the survey results. So because I do this quite regularly, I'd have to look at the exact date I signed this and so forth.
Now, in the middle of the page at 4A, perhaps operator, if you could just call that out, there's a reference there as a result of the survey to experience of any unacceptable behaviour at ADFA being the highest among the 7 training establishments that were surveyed and continuing an upward trend since 2018. Mm-hmm. And there's quite a marked increase. 2018 it was 32%, 2019 54%, 2020 it's 61% experience of some form of unacceptable behaviour. It also then says bullying is the most common type. Ms. Greig, is that cause for concern in your position as Deputy Secretary?
Yes, it was cause for concern at that.
What did you do about it?
So in terms of what did we do? So in terms of, I believe I wrote to the Commandant of the Australian Defence Force Academy in terms of looking at what were further to that. ADFA has had in place a good number of initiatives, as we've talked before, to ensure that the unacceptable behaviour does not occur and to reduce unacceptable behaviour. So I believe the Commandant ADFA certainly looked at the data in terms of those initiatives and what else may occur there.
Well, Ms. Greig, I think you said the ADFA has had those initiatives. Were they new initiatives in response to this, or are you just saying that it's had initiatives all along?
ADFA always, there was a great number of recommendations that ADFA followed in terms of the review of the treatment of women at the Australian Defence Force Academy. In terms of this data, I would need to take that on notice in terms of what the Commandant then proceeded to do in terms of the survey results. I did have conversations with the Commandant, but I would need to take it on notice.
All right. Thank you. Please do let the Royal Commission know what the outcome of your inquiry is. I want to ask about a document. We only have a 2018 version of it as far as I know. It's called a workplace. It's a detailed report as opposed to just a fact sheet of the workplace behaviours survey in 2018, and it has a field or an area for personal impact of the particular unacceptable behaviour. Is personal impact, and that report's dated 2018, is personal impact still measured by the workplace behaviours survey as at 2021 and perhaps for this year?
I need to take that on notice because we've looked very comprehensively at that survey to make sure it's benchmarkable and best practice. So I'd need to take that on notice. There have been some changes to that survey.
All right, in 2018, time doesn't permit me to ask you to comment on it, but it had a percentage, and it was quite a high percentage, in the 20% for people who experienced high or severe personal impact. I'll just make sure I've got that right. Do you have high or extremely high levels of personal impact of unwanted behaviours? Is that something that you still get reports on, is the question? 26% of the people reported high or extremely high levels of personal impact in 2018, but that's some time ago.
I just want to make sure I get this answer correct, because I nearly came back with a question for you, which isn't probably the best approach in terms...
Please do inform the Royal Commission
Yes.
of the outcome of your inquiry. The next point is, I do need to show you, it's DEF 0001 0001 8360. Now this is called a workforce climate report, which is a document you mentioned earlier in your evidence. I'll just go straight to page 8394. Now this, I should tell you, is from 2019.
Okay.
Is there a workforce climate report for 2020 and 2021?
Yes, and if I may, I would suggest that we provide to the Royal Commission a better description of how the 2019 climate report uses many of the same metrics as the 2020 Workplace Experiences report and the 2021 Workplace Experiences report that I know you have. I think we haven't adequately explained the commonality of those items and the change in name.
Thank you. But we'll go to that document, DEF. I think I might have given you, operator, possibly the wrong number, but it's DEF 0001 0001 8360. And yes, thank you. And we'll go there. And the very last bullet point under summary and conclusions, there's a bullet point I just want to ask you about, Ms. Gregg. Over half, 58% of those who report unacceptable behaviour do not feel that the complaint was taken seriously. This could contribute to why many who experience unacceptable behaviour choose not to take action or seek advice, 25%.
Yeah.
So, firstly, do you recall noting this at the time?
Yes.
What did you do about it?
So in noting it, there's a few other results that are of concern as well, in that, the proportion who are indicating they've experienced unacceptable behaviour in our surveys is, between 30 and 35%, which is a lot higher than the incident reports if you convert it. So I have a general concern there, and here's another example of that. So the work that we've been doing is education and training is number one. So with the initial training establishments, the workplace behaviour, workplace standards and understanding of the complaint system. We have mandatory training in terms of understanding workplace behaviours. That's online training in the complaints system. And we did go forward with a far more like a communication effort, so it was clearer to people what the expectations were and how to make a complaint. So things have been occurring.
And what's the outcome of those interventions? Have you measured the outcome?
In terms of looking at this item and others over time, we're continuing to do that.
But, well, do you know off the top of your head whether the proportion of those reporting that they didn't feel a complaint was taken seriously has dropped since those interventions?
I'll take it on notice, because sitting here, I've got a lot of figures and data in my head.
Yep. Please do, and again,
the trends are really central, I think, to what you're saying,
Yes.
so I can take that on notice.
thank you. Please inform the Royal Commission of the outcome once you've looked into that. Just finally, you've used this as an input into inferring what might be the rate of underreporting of complaints. And across unacceptable conduct, this suggests something in the vicinity of 25%. What's the outcome of your analysis of the difference between incident reporting and complaints lodgement compared with survey results? What percentage of underreporting of unacceptable conduct do you think is occurring?
The first point is that, unfortunately, you don't know how many were never reported, so there is that point. In terms of the incidence of unacceptable behaviour, it is about 1% of the population, if you like, compared to what this is saying, which is saying up to 35%.
So it's an enormous.
Yeah,
it's an enormous.
There's a difference. Yes, yes. And so one of our jobs and roles and priorities is to create that safe environment so people do come forward. And you never know the extent to which the increase, well, we don't know yet, the extent to which the increase in unacceptable behaviour complaints is because we've provided safer environment or it's other factors.
Sure, but you're inferring that the rate of underreporting might in fact be many multiples of the reports that are actually made.
It might be.
Only 1/35 of incidents might actually be formally reported by the person who's experienced the behaviour. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the survey data tells us that 30 to 35% reporting that they have experienced unacceptable behaviour, and so it could be previously. I think we have adjusted it to make sure it's now time bound in the survey. But look, I agree with the point you're making that there is a reasonably high proportion of those that aren't coming forward, and we are trying very hard to make the environment safe for them to do so. And equally, with all the work we've talked about earlier today, to prevent unacceptable behaviour in the first place.
So a couple of questions that arise from that. Does Defence People Group have the data to be able to isolate sexual assaults and to understand what might be the rate of underreporting of sexual assaults? So do you have enough detail in survey results on the one hand and incident reports and complaints on the other to be able to work out what the rate of underreporting of sexual assaults might be, or is survey data just not granular enough for that to happen?
It's almost not granular. I think the sexual assault is about 0.5%, but I'd take that on notice because I think I need to answer your question more thoroughly.
All right, and there might be a problem about the changing question over time, because I think now it's sexual misconduct, which actually folds sexual assault in with other things. Is that a fair point?
Yes.
Makes it difficult to track over time what's actually happening with the numbers of sexual assault. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I agree with that, because the importance of tracking all forms of sexual misconduct is important.
But if you don't single out sexual assaults, then you might not know how many sexual assaults are occurring over time, whether the trend's going up or down. You might not have apples and apples to compare with from year to year. If you've had sexual assaults recorded earlier, but now you've got sexual misconduct recorded, and that includes harassment and other conduct, that would make it difficult to compare trends over time. Is that right? I'll leave it.
I really want to take it on notice
Yep.
because I'm not sure where.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask some questions of Army at last. I have asked you some, General, but I want to go to the question of Army's perspective on whether the two 5-year phases of Pathway 2012 and Pathway 2017 have actually yielded results for Army, and rather than just expressing that in terms of adjectives, are there measurable results that Army's actually obtained and is able to point to? So starting with the implementation phase, 2012 to 17.
Okay, no, thank you.
What's the, in your opinion, what was the efficacy of that phase?
So I think 2012 was, I think, quite a watershed moment, quite a turning point for Defence to do better and to put in place the range of initiatives that Ms Gregg has talked about. Army's response was to essentially target a number of the, the range of key things to come out of that report, and a more inclusive, more positive workplace being and a safer workplace being central to that. A range of initiatives to improve diversity and inclusivity in the workplace, and some very specific plans to strengthen female representation in particular in Army, and for it to be very much owned and led by the senior leadership group. They obviously took some time to mature, and it really does, those steps then follow the evolution of pathways to change. So about 5 years later, we grouped all of those initiatives under a single banner called Good Soldiering. And then 3 years ago, we essentially relaunched Good Soldiering as an updated plan, if you like, where we felt that we needed to go from cultural reform to cultural optimisation. And that Good Soldiering in its current form, which does align with the Pathways to Change initiatives, is very much focused on individuals of good character, living our values, demonstrating our values, and working as part of a team, because teams are what creates the outputs for our Defence Force. It's all about capability and people working well together, regardless of the team construct. And that really plays on the importance and the centrality of our values. Most important is respect, and respecting everyone as a unique individual, unique strengths and unique capabilities. And to get the best out of everyone on your team, you need to respect that fact and work well together. Bringing all that together, of course, is leadership. And so we've consolidated our Good Soldiering framework, which is now integrated into our performance and business plan and our operating system. It's an expression of who we are and what we do every day. Supporting that has been our leadership framework. The Army Leadership, the Centre for Australian Army Leadership was established in 2018, and an Army Leadership program that aligns from our junior soldiers through to our senior soldiers and our junior officers up to our senior officers, to ensure that there is a consistent, coherent, progressive approach to leadership to ensure that we live good soldiering wherever we are and in whatever the circumstance, and that then allows us to hold ourselves to account to that cultural framework. So in 2022, I would say we measure that through the various reporting mechanisms that we have, where we can assess the strength of our culture through behaviours, through better visibility of the incidents or issues that might manifest in our workplace, and including external surveys. We have, with the assistance of Defence People Group and their workforce intelligence team, an Army teaming report, which uses data to assess progress of this initiative. We have the Independent Army Social Research Program, which has, over the last probably 8 years, done a range of reports on very specific topics, ranging from alcohol and gender, domestic and family violence, the leadership in or toxic leadership in certain parts of our organisation, and the different functional and thematic parts of our organisation. So those reports have helped us with developing the initiatives, and as I said, we then measure them through the various pulse surveys and your say surveys done either within Army or across Defence. So I think the tangibles are clear in the way people feel about themselves, and it's measured through our performance framework.
Tangibles are clear in the way people feel about themselves. Do you mean, General, that you can compare the outcomes from those surveys now compared with surveys at earlier times and seen improvement?
Yes, I do believe we have seen a positive trend in that sense, but it's, I think by moving it to cultural optimisation, a more positive framing of who we are and what we need to do, rather than just focusing on crowding out the negative aspects of it, has allowed our people to better feel their own potential and realise their own potential as individuals and as part of a team. And that more positive framing has, I think, in itself reflected a more positive approach and a more, I think, a stronger sense of accountability and ownership of the culture and wanting to do better for everyone. And,
how do you know, though? I mean, that may well, of course, be an impression you get from speaking with the people you speak with, but it's an enormous organisation. How do you actually know that improvement is permeating through Army? Is it surveys? Is that the bottom line?
That's right. So we have where there are incidents, the Army Incident Management System that gives us a feel for what's going on out there, and then we have the teaming reports, as I said, conducted through with the assistance of Defence People Group.
So those are all those sources that you mentioned before.
Yes.
Thank you. So
and then we obviously have supporting all of this is commanders getting out and about, and the regimental sergeant major getting out and about and cutting through the chain of command and talking directly to soldiers, understanding what the issues are, how we might do things differently or better, and having a good feel for what's going on. That happens at every level, of course, and then as leaders, understand what's going well and what's not going so well, and where we might need to direct some extra effort.
Can I just get you to identify a couple of documents that you've mentioned in the course of your evidence?
Yeah.
Operator, please bring up EXP 0003 0013 0202. General, I think this is the good soldiering statement, but please just correct me if there's another one we've got to find, or perhaps you can supply it. It's a short 2-page statement of values, and we'll just make sure it's the up-to-date one, not the old one. While that's coming up, can I just say it's a highly aspirational statement of values. It doesn't have any metrics involved in it, no implementation plan, nothing as detailed as that. Would you agree with that description?
I'll wait to see what you pulled up, but
Yeah.
the short primer is very much an expression of what it is and why it is. How it's measured is really a separate body of work which is done through our Army People Capability System as part of the Army Operating System.
Right.
And that's how we track it, and that's integrated into our business performance.
Yep. No, I'll just that's actually not.
Yeah,
that's not.
I'm familiar with the document you say, and it's more a high level, I guess the external expression of what it is. It's not the plan to measure.
If we go to the next page, please, operator, perhaps we get to. Yes, is this?
So,
no, this is Army in Motion. I've got a 2-page document from the internet.
Yeah.
And I might just tender that as a paper exhibit. Associate, could you please show that to the General? It's entitled Army in Motion Good Soldiering Statement. It's got your name on it.
Yep, that's correct.
Is that?
That's it in the top level version. Yes.
Okay. So I'll ask that be added to the tender bundle as Exhibit 61 for the session, and we'll have it digitised and uploaded to the court book. Mr. Porter, do you want to see it?
Yes, but I actually looked at so I think it's over here.
Yeah, it should be, but
I think you read the right number out before, because we looked it up.
Oh, well, in that case, I don't need to tender it separately. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
But what I can say about that document that is on the screen is how that brings everything together, of which the culture is capability, which drives performance and is integrated into our strategy is what is.
Thank you.
Core point.
Now, you mentioned the business plan and I can't remember exactly how you put it, but essentially KPIs in the business plan for achieving acculturation in accordance with good soldiering. You didn't say it that way, but I think that's the sort of gist that I got from what you said. Was that a fair summary of what you said before?
It's fair.
And I wonder if we could go to the most recent annual Army business plan that we have, and I just want to ask you about how the KPIs work when it comes to cultural transformation. And if we go to, I'm not sure if we've got, well, we've got an annual business plan for 2019-20, then we've got a 4 or 5 year business plan for 2021 to 2025. I imagine we should go to the second one, should we? And is that a rolling business plan? It's still annual, but it has a sort of forward element?
That's right, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. So, operator, please go to DEF 1011 1000 2016. And I assume that's the correct document. That is the current business plan, is it?
That's correct.
Is that the most recent one?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. we'll go to page 4, paragraph 1.4. There's in sort of a contextual discussion under culture at 1.4, you're in effect, I think you've really already given that evidence, General, so pardon me, we'll just move on from that. I'll go straight to the KPIs. Go to page 8. Sorry, not page 8. Page 23, please, operator. Result 9. Just want to understand whether I have this right, please, General. There's a number of outcomes described as result 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And then there are descriptions of how those results should be measured. Is that right? Is that what this part of the business plan is doing?
That's what it intends to do, yes.
Beg pardon, sorry.
Yes.
Yes. And result 9 is Army's culture and training behaviours enable the joint force. So there's that element that Ms. Gregg and yourself were talking about earlier. And an element of this is, there's a reference in the third bullet point to FRW LOE. Is that line of effort? LOE
Yes,
1?
That's right. So the Future Ready Workforce, line of effort 1.
Thank you. Future Ready Workforce line of effort 1 is culture and diversity initiatives. And there are a number of other things, but is that one of, I'm going to come to another in a minute, which is result 13, but is this one of the cultural results? It's got a performance measure down the bottom, outcomes of annual Good Soldiering Army teaming performance reports that measure progress on 10 teaming capability themes. And then metrics on Army culture and diversity based on your say and ORMA, and periodic report on people capability monitoring and evaluation framework. So is this in effect the detail of what you were describing to the commissioners earlier?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And is this, do you know, are these performance measures showing improvement year on year or general improvement?
I'd say yes, they are. But setting it up like this is reasonably new, so that the way that we've approached this, as you said, big organisation, difficult to get that holistic approach to managing cultural change. This is how we've built it over time and are anchoring it into our core business, and we improve it each year as we learn more about the best way to measure that performance and to link it in. So some of the specific metrics are new, and it's hard to ascertain in a like for like, but the general trend, if you like, ensures that we can better see ourselves, we can therefore better understand ourselves and better measure change over time. And since we've had this approach, it's trending in the right direction, and gives us a much stronger framework for driving change back through the entirety of the organisation.
And how long have you had this approach?
Probably 2 or 3 years, where it's been anchored in this way. I mean, people and performance has always been part of our business plan, but in this way, and the focus on it in this way is reasonably new.
Okay. And look, result 13 was the other one that I thought seemed to be relevant, but it's actually not directly relevant to culture, but it's good governance improves performance.
Yeah.
So apart from the indirect effect, obviously, of that, and this result 9, are there any other results that you would point the Royal Commissioners to as KPIs and measurement methods for improvement in cultural transformation of the Army?
Not without having to look at it and just
Yeah,
make
all
sure
right.
that I.
Well, if you want to take
take that on
notice,
notice. If
yeah.
so, I'll present that. Yes.
We'd be grateful, thank you. What are the Pulse surveys in a bit more detail?
So they're a Joint Health Command sponsored survey, essentially to feel the pulse of an organisation. It's an acronym that stands for something. Forget the unit leadership survey, something or other, but it's a range of questions that are put to the workforce and allows that feedback to come in. It's been going, I was advised, for about, I think 15 years, I was told, and it's used across Army and increasingly in a more coordinated way.
How frequently?
Annual, but it can be, a pulse survey can be directed at any time. If we think there's a hot spot, we can conduct a survey in that location.
To use Ms Greig's expression, is there a systematised way of identifying the hotspot that needs to be surveyed?
Yeah, so it's an annual survey now, so that's a systematic approach, and if it needs to be more frequent, then it can be. Yeah. So it is systematised in that sense.
Just picking up on the last thing you said, which is there's an annual one, but it can be directed to a part of the organisation if needed. How do you know if it's needed? Is there a systematised way of raising a warning that you need to do that?
Yeah, thank you. So through the incident management system now allows us to see across boundaries, if you like, because if there's a theme or a trend that may not be obvious from within the organisation, so we can now see that better because of the Army incident management system.
Thank you.
That would then prompt a more detailed look, of which the Pulse survey would be one of the ways to do that.
Different topic. Dr Bernadette Boss, in her recent Interim report as National Veteran Suicide Prevention Commissioner, recommended in a couple of places in her recommendations a peer support network to help drive cultural change, in particular on destigmatisation of help seeking. What are Army's views on that? The response we got back from Defence as a whole is that it's under consideration.
Yeah.
Does Army have its own views on a peer support network?
Well, the department is looking at it and just trying to better understand exactly what is meant by that. But the idea of peer support groups is a strong one that exists, and certainly and certainly exists within a cohort. So as you come into your initial training at the Army Recruit Training Centre or at the officer training colleges and so forth, that those communities of support develop at a very early stage and then grow and change shape as people move through the organisation. But the idea of peer support is one that certainly strengthens, I guess, that trusted network of support and I guess strengthen the resilience of individuals, that they can bounce ideas off each other and if need be, use each other to represent an issue rather than having to go alone.
Dr Boss elaborated, and she believes there's a place, I think I'm paraphrasing her evidence correctly, for people who've already had quite extensive experience in Defence or in the ADF, who have lived experience of some of the difficulties, including mental health difficulties, that can arise of those people providing the core of the peer support network, or at least part of the peer support network. Is that an idea that has any attraction from the Army perspective?
Certainly, people who have the courage and willingness to share their stories is something that we actively promote, and through our professional military education sort of scheme of it's a range of formal and informal professional development activities, inviting people who might have a previous lived experience that they would like to share. That does happen. It happens now. It's part of our at different units or as part of leadership courses. So where that is shared and learned from and build awareness and confidence.
Pardon me for interrupting, but in the context of a presentation to a class,
yes,
as opposed to an ongoing peer relationship. Have I understood what you're saying correctly?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. What about on an ongoing peer relationship basis?
Look, I think that is, I think where that evolves naturally is it probably does happen, but to establish it, as I think this is why Defence is still considering it, is how big is that?
Yeah.
How many peers are there to enable this, let it be successful? But the idea of having access to people who have been on this journey and can help others see and so forth is one that we encourage.
One of the ideas behind it, I think, is that there seems to be a barrier. Now, it might be not actually the artefact of any formal policy of the Army, but there seems to be a barrier to people putting up their hand to get help at an early stage when an ounce of prevention could be worth a ton of cure down the track. Do you personally, or on behalf of the Army, have any views about whether there are cultural impediments to help seeking in the Army?
I think culturally we are absolutely trying to put in place across the Army, throughout the Army, an environment where people can comfortably put their hand up, seek assistance, and not be disadvantaged as a result of reaching out for help. Are there real or perceived barriers or impediments to that? You have to think that in some places that would be the case. We are trying to promote through positive examples of people doing that and being supported through that process, that increased awareness of others doing it promotes more people to do it and hence remove those impediments. So it's one of confidence and safety and without detriment is what we are trying to promote. As an Army culture, local climate, local environment, they are the things that we always need to continue to work on.
There have been perceptions given in evidence to the Royal Commissioners. They haven't been the subject of objective findings, but there have been suggestions in the form of subjective perceptions that there is actually a formal disadvantage in seeking help, in particular for something that might be thought of as a mental health issue, and it's in the form of a concern that the chain of command then has to act on that information and might have to put the person before, in effect, a medical review process to see if they're still operationally fit. Is there any truth to that? Are there any policies you can point the Royal Commissioners to that protect people and enhance their ability to seek help early without the fear that it's going to impact on their career?
The policies are that everyone should seek help if they need it and not be disadvantaged. The interpretation of that is what we are trying to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to put their hand up to access that support and not be disadvantaged. And whether that be from a career point of view or any other way. And the more we can promote that, encourage people to be more open about their challenges and support them through that is what we all seek to do. And our focus, our policies and practices seek to support that. The Army leadership framework is very much oriented towards that. The people closest to our people are our junior leaders. It's our corporals and junior officers And we have a very, very specific focus on that cohort to make sure that they understand how important it is for these sorts of matters to be managed in the workplace, so that we can let our people fulfil their potential, so that the Army can fulfil its potential and do so in a safe and supportive way. And where we see that not happening, we intervene.
I'll ask the operator to bring up a workforce behaviours survey report for RMC Duntroon and 1 Recruit Training Battalion in 2021, DEF 1000 8001 8586. Please, operator. General, hope you can now see that on the screen. I'll just let you read that to yourself for a minute. And the second page is really just formal contact information. So it really just finishes down there. Now, some of the aspects of what's being reported here is staff cadets at 42% experienced unacceptable behaviour. Recruits 23%. Staff cadets is a reference, is it, to officer training cadets at Duntroon, and recruits is a reference to general enlistment recruits at 1 Training Battalion?
Correct.
And in particular, I suppose, the 42% is concerning, but the 23% is still quite significant, in my respectful suggestion. Did you note this report at the time?
Yes, I'm aware of that report.
What did you do about it?
Well, the command chain that is responsible for driving these things down through into our institutions, training institutions, is aware of it and seeks to deepen their understanding of why, what is the specific unacceptable behaviour mentioned there, and seek to address it through their own approach and where necessary, other interventions. I don't know where that is at, but that's the action that follows being alerted to this survey.
So as Chief of Army, your role is to make sure this gets down the chain to the, what are they called, the Commandant?
Commandant, that's right.
Commandant of these 2 training institutions, or Commandant of each of them. Is that where your role ends? Do you follow up? What happens?
Yes, follow up, and as we do across all organisations in the Army, and we have a chain of command that allows it to help the commanders at every level. So if they need additional resources to reach in and assist, and to work together to achieve a better outcome. But as I said, the culture is very clear about expectations. It is always going to be uneven in the workplace. What is important is when something is seen, the action is taken, and that's what happens here.
But have you explained that action actually has been taken? Forgive me, General, but it sounds like you were describing action at a fairly general level, and you weren't actually referring to anything concrete that you knew had happened as a result.
Well, I haven't seen that document for a while, but I'm very aware of the importance of our training institutions and the need for ensuring that our trainees can operate in a safe and supportive way, and that speaks to a concern which commanders are working on.
Look, understand that, but what happened?
I'd
Do you
say
want to take it on notice?
I'll have to take it on notice.
Yeah,
yes,
thank you.
that's what I'm saying.
If you could, we'd be grateful if you could provide the outcome of your inquiries to the Royal Commission.
Can do.
If you just pardon me, I'll just check my notes. I wonder if I could just ask you very briefly about some of those themes that were identified in lived experience, particularly lived experience evidence in the 2 prior hearings of the Royal Commission. And that lived experience evidence consists of the perceptions of people who lived through certain things. It's not an assertion of the objective fact of those things, but the lived experience and the perceptions of people are still a very, very valid source of information, I'd suggest. And one of the themes in that evidence was a culture of silence, essentially a problem in encouraging people to actually take action, make complaints, especially if it involves their mates. Is this a problem that has some foundation in your view, General? You can speak about the Army.
Yes.
Do you think there is a risk that there's a culture of silence and an aversion to bringing things into the light within units or within subunits because of an aversion to jacking on your mates?
I think it's always been a risk, and I think a number of reports, as well as the lived experience over the years, has indicated that, including some of the more recent reports around our operational experience where things weren't always forthcoming. What we are, obviously through the good soldiering framework and the focus on people is and the climate to optimise performance is to treat that very specific concern around silence and not reporting and not sharing, and to do that in a safe way. We have put out at the start of last year, I think it was, a directive on bystander behaviour as one example of anyone who sees something or is witness to something or is a participant in something and doesn't declare that are just as accountable as those who perpetrated an act. So that is one example of trying to create an environment where we are all holding each other to account.
Just stopping you there, has that been applied in any disciplinary case against a bystander?
It has, and a number of people have left the Army as a result of that.
Over what period?
Since I issued the directive last year, a number of people have, yes.
Okay. Again, if I could ask for you to take it on notice, obviously you're not going to have the details to hand, but if you could provide details of that to the Royal Commission, details of those matters, those disciplinary matters against those people who've left the Army.
Okay.
That would be good. There's a dilemma or almost a paradox involved here, isn't there? That is that, as you yourself said, there's an unevenness in the degree of cultural transformation across the organisation, and this is a risk that there'll be a culture of silence. So how do you actually get inside and understand where the pockets of poor culture might be if you're relying on reporting that isn't going to happen because of the culture of silence? How do you get around that?
Well, there's multiple ways of reporting, and Ms. Gregg has outlined some of those this morning, and we want to make sure that those mechanisms or avenues of reporting are well known and people can report anonymously and safely. But equally, support systems either both within and outside of the chain of command, and to do so safely. I mean, I get the occasional direct contact from people alerting me to a concern which I welcome, and that can be treated. So it's a combination of things, and the more people can know that this is going on and can report, do so safely, hopefully over time will build a more supportive culture that is lived by everyone.
What's the Army's position on support for families who might be families in the defence community might be experiencing domestic violence at the hands of the defence member, the Army member?
Sorry, say that question again.
Domestic violence.
So say the question again.
What's the Army's position on support for defence families who might be experiencing domestic violence at the hands of the defence member or the Army member?
So working in conjunction with the defence member and family support organisation, and where necessary, civilian police or other agencies to ensure that people are safe and appropriately supported while these complex issues are understood, and if need be, this is a complex issue.
Very complex.
And doing so with the principles of safety and supporting the relevant parties is something that we work together with Defence Force.
There's been a suggestion and a perception in the lived experience evidence to the effect that there are real impediments on a person suffering domestic violence in that situation coming forward, including perhaps concerns about their own partner's career and maybe making the situation worse. But it appears there's likely to be, at least at the unit level, some knowledge of what's going on. What are the policies of the Army that would tend to bring that into the light and get the necessary support to the family?
Well, the policy is unacceptable behaviour. Family and domestic violence is not acceptable, and where we become aware of it, we treat it as such, and there are a number of ways to become aware of it through the family and member support system, through the unit chaplains, through the peer network, through other families.
Unit chaplains, does information given to unit chaplains stop with the unit chaplains? In effect, is it a bit like a confessional and they're under confidence, or does it become an incident report?
It becomes, again, sensitive topics and have to be handled very sensitively. But obviously, if they know of violence occurring, then they have an obligation to ensure that it's addressed, and doing that in the appropriate way is what they do.
I think I should ask about hazing and initiation mistreatment at initiation. Is that still an issue in the Army? Is there still a clear and present risk that it will keep happening with each new generation? And what's your position on that?
It's always a risk, and that's why we treat it through those broad policies of good soldiering. But at the same time, I released the directive on bystander behaviour, I released a directive on initiation ceremonies and hazing, and to make it very clear that that is has no place in our army at any point of the training continuum, and where evidence of it occurring, it's dealt with appropriately.
General, thank you. It reminded me, I was going to ask you, just back on the domestic violence topic, would your bystander directive apply to domestic violence, or is it only concerned with standing by when conduct is, or when behaviour occurs that affects another defence member?
Philosophically, I'd have to be really clear about what's read in it and sensitive topic, but philosophically what we want is for people to make sure that they are taking action as a member of, as an Australian in the community, doing the responsible thing. Where they see something that's not acceptable, that they do something about it.
Are you saying, when you say philosophically, you're saying that that's the spirit of the directive, but perhaps the letter doesn't extend to family violence?
I mean, complex jurisdictional matters here, so I would want to check on that. But say as good soldiers, as good people, we want to be very clear about doing the right thing and expecting the same of others.
Yeah. Ms. Gregg, this might be a question for the whole of Defence. Was there a white ribbon accreditation process for the whole of Defence or the whole of the ADF? Is that right?
Mr. Gray, there wasn't one for the whole of Defence. It was discussed at various times. So there was white ribbon accreditation certainly for the Navy, I think RMC and Adf, and later to that for Air Force, but there was never one accreditation.
All right, thank you. And to the best of your knowledge, did that accreditation actually occur, or was it discontinued at some point?
So the accreditation for those subsets I've mentioned occurred. As time went on, we did make a decision, and this went through discussion at the People Committee, that we were at the point then where we were looking at having matured in some areas. We had the Defence Domestic Family Violence Strategy and also the guide for commanders. We were going through more deeper systemic activities ourselves. And there was also questions at the time on whether white ribbon, we would look at other organisations as well, because as time went on, that organisation was obviously paramount at the time for many organisations. So in short, it wasn't the whole of Defence, and we moved forward with quite a number of activities, initiatives to ensure that we were deeply attending to family and domestic violence.
And did those accreditation processes that did occur, did that entail obligations to report on domestic violence to appropriate authorities, or to seek supports for families if it came to the attention of the units concerned?
Mr. Gray, I would like to revisit the accreditation because it did change over time. It was extensive and lengthy. There was a lot to it, if I could take that on notice.
All right. Finally, General, can I ask you, are you familiar with what's sometimes been described as a sense of betrayal or trauma from administrative and disciplinary process, especially if the person on the receiving end feels that there's been an abuse of power involved? And it's even been called by Professors Wadham and Connor administrative violence. Is that a concept that you're familiar with?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Is there any foundation for that being a real risk for people's mental health and potentially their the risk that they might become suicidal in your experience?
Similarly, I put out a directive on this very topic, support to those members undergoing various administrative or other action to make sure that they were supported and with the intention of making sure that there was to minimising the risk of harm through that process.
When did you issue that?
In January last year.
Right. And have you been able to evaluate that yet? That is, has it actually had a measurable impact?
Not in a formal evaluation sense, other than it gives the framework for action to occur and for support to be put in place. But I haven't evaluated it, no.
Commissioners, I haven't left you with much time to ask any questions, and we're really in difficulties with Air Force. Air Force isn't available tomorrow, as I understand it.
Yeah, I understand they're going to ask if they're available on Thursday. And there's also Mr. Fordham may have some matters arising. So,
Yes.
For
But
today,
at any rate, I have no further questions for
Okay.
this panel.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, do you want to raise any matters now or wait until we have our turn?
I think I'll later. That's all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much. I have lots of questions and I certainly haven't got time to go through them all, but I guess perhaps a reflection before a question. I think I've heard many from the defence and veteran community speak about the importance of accountability as an issue. And what I've heard today is that from 2010 onwards, perhaps even preceding that, there's been a big focus around culture, and part of that culture is around leadership and accountability. And you've had a couple of strategies, plans, whatever you want to call them, pathway to change. But Ms. Gregg, what I heard you saying was that you still don't yet have a published performance framework that includes some of those accountability measures. And you've got a dashboard that's almost there, but not quite. And I guess I'm just reflecting on that 10 years plus, 12 years plus of work, and you're not quite there yet, which I think Mr. Gray did actually refer to. But I guess a question. Mr. Gray referred to Shine's 3 levels and he talked about the artefacts and then the values and then the assumptions. And it's very clear from your evidence and the General's evidence that there's been a lot of work done around particularly the top 2 levels and the message coming from the top down about values and expected behaviours, etc. And yet what Mr. Gray outlined in we've heard from the lived experience, all of those unacceptable behaviours of different sorts and forms, to me fit more on that 3rd level. It's kind of the way we do things around here, and it's not uniform, and I think, undoubtedly it is going to be uneven across the service. I'm wondering how much you actually think your dashboards, the various reports, we've heard lots of reports, lots of plans, etc. But how much are you actually picking up on the way we do things around here at the lower levels, and that very much depends on power bases and kind of local knowledge. Are your actions and initiatives going to change at that level? And if so, when? Because, again, I'm not as familiar with all of the intimate detail of what we've seen, but the data we've seen this afternoon doesn't suggest decreases in unacceptable behaviours. It suggests increases. So I guess I am wondering whether you think you're actually going to make a difference at that level. And then my second question, just to give you some time to think about it, relates to the issue of suicide and whether some of those unacceptable behaviours, I think Ms Gregg, you said you think it is possible that they may be contributing in some way or associated with suicide. Is that on your dashboard? Is there an accountability measure that looks at deaths by suicide of current serving or indeed ex-serving? Because by my count, just looking at the figures that were published in the Aihw Report last year, since 2010, I'm just flicking to find the right page now, since 2010 there have been 115 suicides of current serving personnel and 656 suicides of ex-serving personnel. So I'm just wondering whether the accountability extends to that in any way, through its link through culture and those unacceptable behaviours. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, two big questions. So in terms of the first one at the lower levels, leadership at all levels is what we have been talking about, so at all levels through the organisation. So everything we're doing is for leadership at all levels. But a couple of things that didn't come out previously today. Bronwyn Gray's report in 1998, which was the first really deep look at the Australian Defence Force Academy in terms of culture and, again, treatment of women. One of those recommendations was for equity advisors to become part of the fabric of ADF and later the ADF. Quite recently, about 2 years ago, we revisited the equity advisor construct. Equity advisors have always been in place and they are now workplace behaviour advisors. And that is one important element that people, members or APS can go to workplace behaviours advisors, and they also have a sense of what's happening on the ground, as you put it. Each service also has their different systems, but in terms of how they work through, in the Navy's case, for example, a divisional structure. So there is a divisional structure which has many purposes, but one of those things is to best understand what's happening, not just down the organisation, but across the organisation at different levels. So there are other things occurring. Are we hearing or are we understanding what might be coming through from those channels? In particular services or lower down the organisation, yes, but I absolutely take your point. How do we then feed that up in a way that we're understanding where there may be concerns, or indeed where are there units or commands or areas that are actually the exemplar and what we should be pursuing?
And it's not just understanding that there might be concerns there, it's what are you actually doing to change it on the ground and actually driving that change, as opposed to asking the Commandant to have a look at it.
Yeah.
Because with all due respect, that didn't convince me that there was a clear follow through in terms of what's actually changing as a result of the data that you're collecting.
Yeah. So Commissioner, that feedback loop and holding more to account, I think I take those comments. I think it's something that is there for improvement.
Thank you. And on the second question?
So the bringing together all of those performance indicators, the first thing I'd say is the performance statements for the department-wide does include a clearer performance assessment now against the culture aspect. So that is an improvement in the last 2 years, so that it is being considered in the performance statements at that highest level of the organisation. So as we consider capability and preparedness, culture is there. In terms of what we include or what we should include going forward in an ongoing examination and discussion, and dashboard is the term I've used to describe bringing that data together. We want to use as many important indicators as we can. So we've started with the survey data. We will add the incident data, and your point on deaths by suicide should be another or part of that. The mental health and wellbeing strategy has particular metrics, and we want to make sure we're linking in with those as well. So the mental health and wellbeing strategy and framework being a key component.
And it's good to hear that it's a key component, but I guess I would just like to stress that I don't want to see suicide as being a mental health issue.
And I think what I would like to correct though, well not correct, at the moment this is still work in progress. So the first part of this is measures against the cultural priorities using survey data. There is a way to go to introduce the other things that we've just discussed, but that is the vision.
Okay. Thank you. I have many other questions, but I'll leave them to my colleagues.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
My question comes not from any research in papers, but more from what some veterans have said to me in interviews and other information I've picked up. And it has to do with the career path, particularly of commissioned officers. So it's really directed at you, Lieutenant General, and you, Regimental Sergeant Major. I'm told, and it's only anecdotal, that the typical career path of a commissioned officer is more successful the more frequently he turns over positions, or she, so that if you haven't been promoted out of your current position, say within 2 years, it's almost like a failure. But that can have the effect of the commissioned officers not being sufficiently in touch with the troops below them to be aware of some of the accountability issues that might arise, which they might be more familiar with if they were in a position for longer. Does either of you have anything to say about that?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. Career ambition, I guess, is perhaps the concern, and putting that ahead of the care for your people. And that absolutely, ambition at the expense of your people has no place in our army. Is there evidence of that having occurred? I don't know, but it's absolutely a risk. We want all of our commanders at whatever rank to make sure that they are putting their people first, and are setting and taking responsibility for the environment where people can be supported and flourish whilst they're in command. The idea of a career and what jobs matter is always in the eye of the beholder, and introducing a more flexible approach to that is what we are trying to do. And Ms. Gregg spoke about the total workforce system, and the opportunities to serve in whatever capacity is one of the things that obviously provides other opportunities, but also the increasing range of opportunities to serve and new specialisations occurring. So there's lots of different ways to think about service now, but what doesn't change is the importance of looking after your people and making sure that they can flourish. And where we see evidence of, or I'd like to think where we see evidence of people not putting their people first, that would come at a detriment to their career, flipping it on its head, because that is a behaviour or an attitude that we wouldn't want to see. We want to reward leaders who are selfless and put their people first.
Yeah, Commissioner, from the soldiers' point of view, is that we have a minimum time in rank between Corporal Sergeant and Morris, so Class 2 and Y1. When you come into that time frame, you'll go to the what we used to call the Personnel Advisory Committee, now the Career Management Board. You'll go to that regardless. So long as you fit in that time frame, you'll be presented at those promotion boards.
Again, anecdotally, it's not, the criticism wasn't directed at non-commissioned officers. It seemed to be that it was expected that non-commissioned officers would be more likely to maintain closer contact with their troops, but the commissioned officers might be a bit more remote and not as in touch as they might otherwise be. Or not as in touch as perhaps they should be.
Yeah. I would think that our non-commissioned corporals and sergeants are more in touch with their soldiers. They are the ones.
That's the suggestion I've heard.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But the distinction being made was between non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers, and commissioned officers came in and moved out, and fairly quickly.
Certainly, the career model, or the organisational model, is for different layers of command have different focus and responsibilities, and it all working well together is what's key. We have experimented with longer time in command at different levels of command, and the standard is 2 years, and we've tried to experiment to 3 years, but it's in a high tempo organisation. Sometimes it's not always possible to achieve. So that the principle of time to really get to know your people, either directly or ensuring that the corporals and NCOs in your command do, is what we aspire to do. Yeah.
Part of that had connotations elsewhere too, where it's been said to us that if you are, for example, the subject of a military justice or disciplinary procedure, and you have to go up through the chain of command, it's very difficult to complain to an officer above the one to whom you answer directly, because outside the chain of command, or there is no place to go outside the chain of command, and inside the chain of command, the superior officers tend to support their inferiors and vice versa.
And Commissioner, that's what we've been trying to talk about in terms of the culture and the alternate pathways for reporting if there is a concern that that can go outside of the chain of command to where that's necessary. What we seek is...
What would you do practically there?
So if
go to the ADF? Or?
Well, that is one of the avenues. There are other... Well, I mean, I get the occasional direct correspondence myself, and other ways where they know that they can get directly to someone who they know will listen and take action if they fear that their immediate chain of command won't. So there are other ways to go.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask a quick supplementary? General, you said before that that the aim is to have officers supporting their people, and that you thought that not supporting your people would really be detrimental to someone's career. Can I just ask, is there any hard data around people whose career has been impacted by not supporting their people?
I'd have to take that on notice. It's certainly, the answer is yes, but I wouldn't like to give you an example. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Just a bit of a statement and a question to General Burr and to Warrant Officer McFarlane. You've both been around for 4 decades plus. You've seen it all, and you've been out where the rubber meets the road, and we're grateful for your time today, obviously. You're vastly experienced, but I'm sure you've seen a lot of good deeds, but unfortunately you would have seen a lot of bad behaviour as well in your time. This commission has heard a lot of evidence of bad behaviour, which has a connection to suicidality, and that's what we're interested in. Frankly, I think what we're seeing is an absence of fear of consequences of bad behaviour. That's really what it comes down to. So, in your opinion, this is the question. It's been suggested to this commission that there's a need for two things. One, as Commissioner Douglas alluded to, an external process of reporting abuse for unacceptable behaviour totally outside the military chain of command. And two, an independent investigative capacity for abuse and misbehaviour, again, outside of the chain of command. Do you think, A, it would work, and two, is there any other way? Because, you know, it's been a decade or so, and I have no doubt the senior ranks are saying all the right things, and I'm sure trying their best to fix the problems. It hasn't gone away.
Yes. Commissioner, thank you. So yes, prevention and having a set of norms where this, the risk of this happening is significantly reduced is, of course, our aim through the range of measures that we've spoken about. But where there is a need for independent reporting, we absolutely support whatever is necessary to allow that to be
outside the military chain of command, not the Adf, not yourself, with the greatest respect, but outside of the chain altogether. You feel that would work? Or?
Well, outside of the chain, inside defence currently exists, likewise with the IGADF.
I guess I'm asking about outside the fence.
As long as it doesn't add to the confusion of all the different chains, but a guaranteed way of having their voice heard, and if that's what's required, then yes.
Mr. McFarlane?
I agree with the Chief, not only because I work for him, but I think it's the right thing to do, but so long as we're not making it more complex, and but more importantly, our people are still looked after regardless, is fundamental to whatever system, reporting and investigative, is paramount. Commissioner?
Thank you. Just one final question for Ms. Gregg, if I may. Are you able to comment on any planning or efforts specifically aiming at recruiting females and those from a non-English speaking background into the ADF?
Commissioner, did you say females from non-English? Sorry,
females and people from non-English speaking background.
Yes, so we have I'll start with women first. So we have had targets, recruitment targets for women overall for the organisation for some time. And as part of the overall participation targets, there are particular initiatives in Defence Force recruiting, including female liaison teams, to try and give a better understanding of what it means to join the military. We have, from our research and market research, there's sometimes a lack of understanding that the diversity of roles. So yes, we are doing a lot of targeted work, and by and large, the proportion of women now coming through Defence Force recruiting has by and large increased year on year. In terms of those from a non-English speaking background, we haven't had targets, but we have been for some years trying to understand from a propensity point of view, how can we increase the propensity of those groups to consider a career in the ADF.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Fordham, matters arising?
None, thank you.
Nothing. If there's nothing further, Mr. Gray, we might adjourn for today and reconvene tomorrow morning.
Can I just make an inquiry about what's happening with Defence and with Air Force?
I got a message earlier that they were being asked if they can make it to Thursday. I'm not aware of the answer to that question.
Neither am I, so I might check.
Well, perhaps we can make inquiries very shortly and come back to you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Might I inquire about Mr. Fordham, your issue about the document which you took objection for in the naming of the organisation in it. As I understand it, there's been a protocol discussed between council about taking those sorts of issues. Is it proposed to proceed according to that protocol about that?
I would have thought so, and this is no criticism of anyone, but there was insufficient time for that protocol to be enacted in these circumstances.
Okay. But do you propose to do it now?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioners, I'd ask that you not release Miss Gregg from her summons, but from my perspective, you can release General Burr and Warrant Officer McFarlane.
Thank you. You're released from your summons, General and Warrant Officer McFarlane, and thank you for your evidence today. Ms. Gregg, we shall meet again, I think.
And the naval panel with Miss Gregg attending will proceed tomorrow afternoon, as I understand it, and we'll have discussions about Air Force in due course.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, we'll convene and re-adjourn tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until Tuesday, the 8th of March 2022, 10 a.m.